don't gotta tell me I'm the truth, I already knew. Pull up in a Bentley coupe, then a cop it too.
Girl, don't call my phone, I know where you been. You like to get messy when you out with your friends. I'm not scared to say that I'm insecure, but you're too scared to say that you want more. Girl, don't call my phone, I know where you been. You like to get messy when you out with your friends. I'm not scared to say that I'm insecure, but you're too scared to say that you want more.
You don't gotta tell me I'm the truth, I already knew. Pull up in a Bentley coupe, then a cop it too. You don't gotta tell me I'm the truth, I already knew. Pull up in a Bentley coupe, then a cop it too. You don't gotta tell me I'm the truth, I already knew. Pull up in a Bentley coupe, then a cop it too. You don't gotta tell me I'm the truth, I already knew. Pull up in a
What's up,
Bentley
Puff?
coupe, then a cop it too.
How's everybody doing? What's up, TS Pedro? What's up, Josh T, Crypto Durgan, Archie, Cotton Trust, Trumbo. What's up, Art Suave? That's right. Hit that like on the way in, man. Thank you, brother. What's up, Bright Light? You can't send messages in the Wolf's Pub. We deserve that. Was it Red Notice? I can't. Deerslayer. Deerslayer's here. What's up, Deerslayer? Check out what Bright Light's saying. Proof of live stream from Richard? Yeah, I think Deerslayer will help you on that. Data Dub, what's happening? What's up, Local Ghost? Ruskino. That's right, a lot of noise, man. What's Stostico? What's happening, brother? What's up, Love Matters? Only Crypto. What's up, Gray Knight? Smash that like button. That's right. It should be interesting. Well, that's the understatement of the fucking year. I'm down for anything but interesting at this point. To be totally honest. I'm ready for something not interesting. What's going on? CME no more. Hello, Cell Pressure. What's going on? What's up, Armando? Cash 5555. Master Poe, how you doing? What's up, Paul Shane MP? Archie S. Conspiracy Crypto. What's going on? CRSM. DGen Moonboy. Local Ghost. What's up, James Dabs? Tom Rudders. Zatu. Big GZ. What's going on? Extraordinary Crypto. Chris Corrigal. DGen Moonboy. What's up, Henny? How you doing, Alpha Hover? All right. Who sacked? Smash that like button if you sacked. All right. So, you know, geez, few people still coming in. Had a lot going on, man. It's been a very emotional time. I said, like, literally smash the like if you sacked. Nobody smashed the like button. That means none of you sacked. Are you crazy? You sacked, just not cores. You did a little sack? No. Overtaker, you're not sacking? Archie sitting out? What's up? Why would anybody sack, says James. Nah, I'm good. No sack for me. What's up, Charles Fox? Things are rough. Things are rough, man. Things are very emotional, very crazy, very rough. What's up, pups? The like button goes negative. You guys are trying to take back likes. You can't take back likes if you didn't sack. I think I was a little red. Local Ghost said, I did not. I need clarity on the future of Pulse Chain. Otherwise, who say he won't abandon ProveX either? Chris says, guys, is it that bad? Scotty says he's sacked. Data dev, nothing to sack. People cry a lot. I did smash if I find some spare chain down the sofa. No sack. Maybe he'll accept cores for sack in a couple of weeks. Would be good if prices are higher then. Yeah, I don't know. Ricky Rise, super chat coming in. What's up, Ricky? Ricky says, I will wait. Last sack was horrible. I hear you, brother. I hear you. Ricky Rise, Fitness Project. Thank you so much for that super chat. Much appreciated. Hex Girl says, what the fuck is right? What's going on? Crypto Dance says, ProveX sack live now. I've not heard. Yeah, it's live. You guys have seen it, right? I'll pull it up for you. So here's the ProveX. Is this it? This is it, right? Yeah. Your sack. So the sack has not started, or it started? Why is it not running here? What's this? Sacrifice dashboard. Hope this is the right place. Maybe I get rid of that. Just go to provex.info. Is that better? It says no sacrifices here. Now this was a link. I don't know. I hope I have the right link. What I'm at provex.info. He'll sack your boyfriend, Theodora. That's brilliant. We need a good live stream. Yeah. So Richard said he was going to go live. We'll go read those messages. Disclaimer at the bottom is suspect. Yeah, there's a disclaimer. We'll go read that too. Let's go start with what Richard said. Mr. Richard Hart. All right. Mr. Hart, less than 24 hours ago, he says, you're sacrificing your coins to make a political statement. You believe in capitalism, the removal of middlemen, and placing trust with proof. You are sacrificing your coins to prove you are serious about this belief. You have no expectation of the profit from the work of others. You understand what you sacrifice can be sold, and you will receive no benefit from it. Neat. The recent tab is closer to real time. Somebody sacrificed Hex. So don't sack, you can't sack your cores. Okay? So apparently it's live. So I'm at provex.info. It's not really, here we'll come back to that. It's not really giving a readout. I guess it's got a number here. So maybe 926 ETH have already been put in there. Is that what these numbers are? No, actually, I'm not sure what's going on here, to be totally honest. But it is live. Don't send cores. Don't send anything on Pulse Chain, okay? He's got it very clear what he's accepting. You know, it's ETH, USDC, USDT, DAI, Link, wrapped ETH, and wrapped BTC. Now, this is on Ethereum chain, okay? I don't know if he's accepting other chains right now. Let's see what's going on. Stuff. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. So we here there's Avalanche, Arbitrum. So he's got all the chains. So oh, okay, yeah, we see him here. Oh, here we go. I got to scroll. So you got Polygon, Sonic, Tron, Optimism, Ripple, Plasma, Dash. Why does it say Pulse Chain here? That you can't sack Pulse Chain stuff. Oh, okay, enter the sack Addy in DBank to see sacks. Got you. You can sack Soul, Hype, and others. Cool, cool. There's a button. Yeah, I don't see it on my display, right? Of course. Weird. Click the shield icon at the bottom of the page. Okay. Here we go. Oh, there you go. Nice. Thank you, sir. Okay. Total USD value, 688,000 has been sacked so far. Rate increase begins in 20 days, so you guys have time to sack and think about it. I mean, it is what it is. But it looks like you got rank. Yeah, you got people's rank and everything up here. People getting the multiplier, 2.5x, 3x multiplier. That's pretty nice. All right. So looks like if you're SAC around 3K, you're still getting a 2x multiplier, which is really nice. And it just slowly drops from there. So I guess the multiplier just goes mostly by rank. Or I'm not sure if it's by amount or what number you end up with. Okay. So the biggest SACers put in 31K so far. 20K. Nice. Sacrifice ends January 9th, 2026. Okay. What's up, Crypto7? How are you? Deerslayer, did you get that sorted out with Brightlight? He was saying something. He was having trouble posting something. I don't know what it was that he was trying to post. Cool. Pinoy Hexagon says it took him 24 hours to seize $100 of ETH in the ProveX site. Yeah, that can happen, man. It can take time. That is a long time. That 24 hours is a long time. Cool. Good to hear. Once again, Ricky, Rias, thanks for the super chat. Everybody else, smash the like button. Smash it hard. And of course, Real Alpha is on Instagram, Mr. Saint Wolf. And then, of course, Saint Wolf Vision is the Telegram. All right, let's go read some of this other stuff. Then we'll read what the community's been talking about here. I think they got some spaces too, but the spaces have been kind of depressing, to be totally honest. It doesn't help when your investment's shitty and then, like, everybody's shitty. Look, this is the big boy club. This is crypto. This was not daycare. All right? It's a rough place. It's a brutal place. All markets are brutal. Richard Hart said, one of the things people really like about new coins is less people being able to dump them on their head. One cool way to achieve that is to make it harder to get the coins. I like the feeling of a chart that makes new all-time highs often instead of new all-time lows. And one of the ways to help achieve that is for sellers to no longer have things to sell and buyers to be able to buy quite low. Buying the bottom is more fun than buying the top, I hear. Anyway, random market thoughts. He says, if I was streaming right now, which I am not, and won't be till I've written some pages of text I've been putting off, maybe a day or two, what are these burning questions you have? Okay. And people got a lot of questions, of course. So he's hinting that he's going to stream in a couple days, and this was a day ago already. So is he going to stream tomorrow, this weekend, coming up? Check out Buck Space. You want to go in the Buck Space? Let's see what they're doing. All right, let's go check out Buck Space. Where's Buck Space? Fast Abdul, sir. Which space are you referring to? The Royson? Royson is speaking? This one? Oh, okay, got you. Okay. Streamer put a pre-recorded video, but he doesn't stream. Okay, let's see what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm a capitalist. I'm not against him. Trying new things and taking in more investment from people. If I were a pure outsider and looking at this, I would be much happier with him excluding his core coins than if he allowed them, because I would know that it's very easy for somebody who has an illiquid position in PulseX to, sack $30 million worth of PulseX and get the volume bonus. And I'm not going to put $30 million of stables into this to, go over top of that person. But now I know that, like, if I have $1 million to put in, there's a pretty good chance I'm going to get a good volume bonus. I think you guys should pay attention to the volume bonus. It's bigger this time. It's 3 times the size. The usual suspects that run sack pools seem to have said they're not interested in this. So for that reason, I'm considering maybe possibly running my own sack pool for this, just because I would like that to go to community members and not to Saudis or Russians. And I'm if anybody has any thoughts on that,
Saudis and
feel
Russians.
free to DM me
What?
if it's a good idea or a terrible idea. But obviously, I do have the team that can do it very easily. So it's not a like a big lift for us. And I do think, if you don't get that volume bonus, you're in a massive disadvantage. So, you're going to be scaled down significantly relative to those people. And I think that people will likely sell, people that get that bonus will probably try and sell into that as soon as they get it. So it's just something to keep in mind. I'm not a fan of the volume bonus in general. Like, I think it's a little bit unfair to the little guy, but that's the way Richard's doing it. So I think if you are going to participate in this thing, you should figure out a way to get that volume bonus. And if I can help you guys do it, then I'll consider it. But if somebody else is doing it and they're going to do a good job, then I'm very happy for them to do it. But yeah, I just know the guys that normally run them don't appear to be. So I'm considering putting my hat in for that. All right, we got some hands up. Let's let some new people talk. Hexo Chris, and then we'll go to electronics.
Wait, is Hexy Sui gone?
Yeah, she dropped down, I guess.
Ah, man, I know she was gonna fud it, and you would have had some entertainment. Damn, I was gonna look forward to it. Fuck.
I tried. I even called her out once and said, hey, but she didn't respond. Sorry, you go ahead, Hexo Chris.
Dear sirs, I'm not the smartest. Maybe that's why I'm down 25% today. But there is one question on my mind. Why does Richard, or why does the entity that controls the SAC funds put them in Tornado Cash when they make the majority of the current pool, 100 ETH pool, in Tornado Cash? And anybody could monitor the outgoing transactions easily. Is that real privacy?
No, it's not real privacy, but it's plausible deniability, so that you can say, oh, look, even, look at this thing. It was very successful. It raised, 100 and let's say it raises 5 million from the community or 10 million from the community and 100 million from Tornado Cash wallets. It's so-and-so can say, oh, look, it was a very successful, raise that, or sacrifice that, got quite a bit of money, and it still managed to do really well, because it looks like whoever, sacrificed all that ETH from Tornado Cash really likes the product and isn't selling. Right. So I think that's the reason to do that. I think also because this is an OTC thing, it could be related to that as well. But yeah, I think it's mostly just about, being able to market the idea that this was successful from a sacrifice standpoint. If you're Richard doing this, you're probably not surprised that you only raised 500K today, and you still want to be able to brag that the sacrifice was huge, right? And you especially want to then be able to brag that the coin's still pumped despite the sacrifice being huge. So that's my explanation for it.
So you basically got a 50% chance to brag.
Well, I think if you're Richard, you have a 100% chance of being able to brag about the size of the sacrifice, because you're gonna probably chip in north of 100 million, right? Through those wallets, I'm presuming, right? I could be wrong about that, but I'm if I had to guess, I think that's what will happen at the end. You'll see some big Ethereum wallets just coming out of Tornado Cash, chipping in, and we'll all know where that's coming from. But that's fine. That's just the way it's always been. And
The mystique.
yeah, it's part of the mystique. Yeah, thank you, Dylan.
Okay, thank you for your argument.
Electronics.
Yes, sir. You hear me fine?
We do.
Perfect. How you all doing today? Fantastic.
Doing pretty well. Thank you.
Excellent. Good to hear. So I just had one main question. I've got many theories, but my main question I think that everybody really cares about essentially is how does it benefit Pulse Chain? You know what I mean? Like how do you envision that this protocol or whatever it is going to help, you know, the chain do well as well? You know, like is it going to be more of a standalone thing, or is a token somehow going to help pump the chain's volume? Any of that is very interesting. Nobody obviously knows exactly, but you know, the main question obviously is like, okay, so we still have so much sell pressure with the cores and all that. So how does this help us? Is he abandoning? Because a lot of people are complaining in Telegram about that. You know, that he's abandoning us, whatever.
I think I can answer the bull case for that pretty easily. I can come up with a million ways to be negative about it. But I'm trying to do the bull case since I haven't really seen anybody say anything nice about this. But you know, I think for one, I think it allows new participants to get involved. We haven't seen Richard market this whatsoever yet, but he says he's going to stream. That's very good news for the chain in general. It shows that he's still, you know, actually, you know, pushing this and trying to bring on new users. A killer app, a new product that actually is novel and gets a lot of attention would be very good for the chain. And I think additionally, just having a big success story to brag about, which we don't have many of at the moment, would be a very useful thing for the chain, and it would allow Richard something that he could brag about again, because the guy doesn't have anything to brag about at the moment, right? You know, he's sort of living off of past glory with Hex at the moment, and I think, you know, that's sort of run a little bit dry for him. So this gives him a chance to sort of reset the narrative around himself a bit, and that's ultimately good for the chain, I think, because, you know, like, it's pretty hard to sell, you know, the idea of a chain that's down 80% or, you know, whatever it's down, right? That's not a particularly marketable thing. But if this new product does a 10x and, you know, actually turns some heads because of good returns and maybe being like hope of hopes, an actually useful, cool new product that, you know, people will say, oh shit, have you seen what Richard Hart came out with? It's actually pretty cool. Like that would be very good for the chain. So, but yeah, we know nothing now, so it's very hard. Really hard to say that with confidence.
Yeah, there's a like I said, I mean, there's a million theories I've got in my head, whatever. But that's all speculation. But I did want to, on one point there that you said like 10x, whatever, just to, you know, for a lot of people, everyone's expecting, you know, 1000x, whatever. But I did just want to point out that for people, you know, that are like they're second guessing, whatever, doubting anything, is that 10x with liquid stuff is actually big. You got to remember that it's actually liquid. So that is huge for us, for everyone that's stacking. So that's actually money that they can take out. So just a little reminder there.
Yeah, I mean, it could be 100x. Like, I mean, if the guy builds the next, Aave, it's like the odds of this are small, but like, I'm just saying a 10x is easy when you're only raising, let's say, $10 million, right? It's not that hard to have a really meaningful appreciation if you build something really cool, and you're a guy like Richard who has a massive community already. Like I think in a scenario where this thing does well, all these people will suddenly start, all the same people that are currently butthurt today are going to be bragging about this thing and tweeting about it, and saying, oh, look, Richard Hart is doing real crypto and he's built this new cool thing, and look how much it's gone up already, right?
Oh, they
Yeah.
do it at the top.
Yeah, yeah, they always
Yeah.
do. They always do.
Yeah.
But that's part of the game, right? And some of them will be earlier than others, and that's okay. But it's, to me, it's good enough for me that Richard's doing something, and it looks like he's actually contemplating streaming again, right? Like that's the best news we've had in a very long time, and it's kind of paradoxical, ironic that it happens, that the community's reaction is to dump the coin 20%, but that's crypto for you.
Yeah. So if I could ask, so basically, even if it doesn't, let's just say, like, hypothetically, it's not exactly, at least currently, like right away going to pump to, put money into the cores or anything. At least if he's streaming, and just the overall positive expectations on things, outlook or expectations of things around Richard and his products, maybe people will speculate more on post chain overall, I suppose. So yeah, it should be good altogether. I guess it's so unknown. It's just it's so out of the blue for everyone. But
Have you ever done a sales job, or a job that has like a sales component to it in any way? It's like, you want to go promote hot products, right?
Yeah.
It's so much easier when your product is hot, and it's fucking hard. I would say almost useless when your product's not, right? Like, you can be the best salesperson in the world. You can be Jordan Belfort, but like, if you don't have some recent wins to brag about, like, no one's going to take you seriously. No one's going to want to hear your next idea, right? And in a way, what this thing is set up to do is, because expectations are so low, the potential upside is much greater if anything good does come of it, and I think that's deliberate by RH's actions. So what I'm hoping will happen, the way this plays out, is he does this sacrifice. He raises some relatively small amount of money for him through this sacrifice, and he gets a quick win, and he starts streaming again and going, hey, yeah, I know, like, look, it's been really tough for EVM chains like Pulse Chain and AVAX, and we're not anything different from them at the moment. It's been tough times in Ethereum. We're below our 2020 high in Ethereum, but hey, like, we are building, and we've just had this new product launch, and it's up 1,000%, and we're really excited about it, and people are using it, and you should come on over to Pulse Chain and check it out, and hey, like, we're building new stuff every day, and we're doing real crypto. Like, I think that's what I'm hoping to see happen. And
Yeah,
then maybe we get lucky and Ethereum finally goes into a full blown bear market or bull market.
yeah, that's what I'm wondering about. Yeah, I did actually say in Telegram. I did tell people that it's a new shiny, excuse me, it's a new shiny toy.
All right, Pups, I'm going to get out of there. I'll be honest. There's a lot of opinions about this. All right, Richard Hart just tweeted. Let's see what he says. He says, only 700K so far. I love that you can see who's winning. Supports multiple chains and events for the same address. And you can click around and see where it's all coming from. Very cool system. ProveX.info. Okay, so this is stuff we saw on the website just a little bit ago. Obviously, it's going up. It's at about 700K now, so it's gone up since we've been streaming. It's going to continue to go up. I have no doubt about it. People are going to sack. I know that a lot of people are torn about this, but you got to think about this in a competitive sense as well. It is a good product. I think it has excellent market fit. He's got to do what he's got to do for different reasons. He's got to bring it all together. He's building this full ecosystem, right? So there's a lot of parts to it. And sure, there's no gains, so people are really hurting about it. But he is building. He is working. He says he's going to stream. So I think things could be really interesting in the next couple of days if he does start streaming. I mean, he said he would. I don't know why he would say that and not stream. So we got to be patient. He's obviously working on stuff, right? Are we tired of winning? A lot of people are tired of winning. Richard Hart win. We're delirious. Speaking of winning, the new Charlie Sheen doc on Netflix is very good. Hey, Art, thanks, man. Actually, I would love to see that. I really would. That sounds really interesting right now. Alpha Hover says, I think RH needs to keep the chain evolving. Old school peeps will not like evolution when they are waiting on green candles for years. Yeah, that's true, man. Digital Donkey says, I think the 21st day will be highest SAC value because people want to wait and see what's going on. Yeah, it'll go up more later, of course. Of course that's going to be the case. Okay, he'll have it pre-recorded. Okay, that's fine. Whatever, that's fine, right? Like, pre-recorded. It's all good. Yeah, because I think live stream they can lock in where you are. They can figure out where it's coming from. So it makes sense that he would do a pre-stream. James Dab, are you kidding me? People don't even know how to get onto PulseX. Now people are going to use that to onboard. Lol. Archie S says RH is almost a big troll as Trump. Yeah. Let's go look at some of these charts, okay? I don't want to there's so many posts that can be read. There's so much negativity and so many opinions out there, and I don't know, chat, you guys let me know if you want me to read a lot of these things. I guess we can watch this thing. Ivan on Tech had something to say about it. Let's hear what Ivan had to say.
Wreckage right now is quite big because a lot of people trade without stop loss, without mechanical rules, and a big part of this cycle has been the wreckage of the pulse seconds, guys. And I mean, at this point, it's not even funny. Like normally, we joke around with pulse seconds, this and that, but this is kind of man, it's like domestic abuse, Yeah, I cannot laugh at it today. I cannot laugh at it because basically their boss, Richard, doing another sacrifice, and he says no pulse X, no incentive, no hex, like all of these core coins they want to pump that his community holds, they will not be accepted. So what happens, everyone dumps them. He could have given such a nice buy pressure to them so the community at least has some kind of green number. no. Big fat no. And normally we laugh at that, Hexicans, ha ha ha, this and that. I mean, at this point, it's barely funny because it is literal vacuuming. He's like vacuuming. He's vacuuming your money from your portfolio in real time. And what is the conclusion here? The conclusion here is that there are no shortcuts. If you are in crypto, you need to know trading for real. You cannot trust some kind of quick fix. So with Pulse, what happened? Many people saw it as a bit of a quick fix, that you buy this coin that the genie, the fat man, promotes, okay? They have this idea that if we just rub the belly button of the genie, the money will come. The money will come. They rub the belly button. They rub. For 5 years, they've been rubbing it. No money has been delivered. It's like the leprechaun. The leprechaun at the end of the rainbow, and it's Richard there sitting. You rub his belly button. Where is the money? There is no money. Instead, the money goes from you to him. So it's very, very, very serious. I don't want to laugh about the Gucci man, exactly, the Gucci man. And so the conclusion, guys, there are no shortcuts. It is not hard to learn trading for real. That's why I'm telling you, click the link below, learn trading for real, learn the mechanical rules. It's a free training right here because it is possible to make the money back. Whether you're scammed in the Pulse situation, because at this point, if you still don't understand it, guys, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. It is time to accept reality. If you've been scammed for the last 5-6 years in this whole situation, or how many years it is, it's years long now, you can make it back by actually doing the work and learning. And it doesn't take a long time to learn the simple mechanical rules that make you consistently profitable. It doesn't take a long time, but you have to learn. You cannot count on a shortcut. And if you are wrecked in all, the same thing. If you feel that this cycle has not been too great, also, you need to learn for real. You need to learn for real. Because the truth is that Bitcoin has gone from 15K to 125K. We pumped a lot of different coins here. I mean, as a community, like Ansem said, we sent Dog with Hat to $5 billion. When people are saying, "Oh, but this cycle didn't have euphoria," I mean, we did see Dog with Hat to $5 billion. Okay, like this guy saying, I still struggle to see how crypto actually achieved any market-wide euphoria. But euphoria was Trump for sure, the Trump coin. But remember, Dog with Hat, man. Dog with Hat went ballistic. Absolutely parabolic. Okay, so is it possible to make back the loss if you are at a loss? If you're watching this, you're at a loss. It is absolutely possible. You just have to stay in crypto. Most people who have been in crypto for a few cycles, they've been through what you've been through. But the thing is, you need to learn. Like you need to actually put in the work. The fat man will not save you. His new coin will not save you. Because you need to understand that at the end of the day, your interest and his interests, they're not aligned. They're absolutely not aligned. It's different. It's different. And it's harder to explain to a person that he or she has been scammed than for the scammer to convince them that they are scammed. Okay, but it is what it is, guys. I don't want to sugarcoat it. Yeah, keep it in mind. Just keep it in mind that stay in crypto. Whatever is happening, stay in crypto. It's gonna be okay. There are ways to get back, and it is possible to make back if you put in the work, and that's why we share all of this. Wreckage right now is quite
That's good. All right, there's no audio. Okay, that's probably for the best. What's up, guys? Thanks. That was a rookie mistake. Hang on, let me get. I think Fast is coming on. Let's see where he's at. Let me get this going. 666 people watching right now. Smash the like button, everybody. I'll drop it in the Telegram room. Guys, I'll read that again. All right. I'll read that again. All right, I'm going to read it again, all right? Volume should be fine, right? You guys can hear me, right? Yeah, guys, so it's really hard on a lot of people. So this is a good message because he's pretty much telling people, well, I'll read it. He says, Clive Cox says, on a serious fucking note, I'm so serious when I say this, somebody may kill themselves tonight. And I know some people may laugh at this post, but I'm not going to go to bed before I post it because there's someone that is truly considering killing themselves over this stuff. The uncertainty and torment this Shane has been through is unprecedented. Did he scam you? Is he going to shake you out? No amount of loss, or even if you feel dwindled or played over the course of multi-years and your hopes feel crushed, whatever it is. If you're thinking about considering killing yourself over this Paul Shane, Richard Hart shit, don't do it. There's hope in the name of says there's hope in the name of Jesus Christ. I personally can attest to the reality and power. I'll be right back. Sorry. What's up, Fast? How you doing? Let's get you.
Well, a couple days we're having here. A lot of surprises. I
Yeah.
think surprises are a big part of it, right? Like, not the thing you expected to happen, right? But I expected cores to be included in the sacrifice, right? Which I thought would be the most bullish scenario, so that's why I thought it was going to happen. And the opposite happened, right? So that takes people by surprise. It affects your plan, regardless of price action, which also was a surprise.
Yeah.
Though, when I look at all the details, and I'm curious about what you think, like the way that Richard set this up, it's like it's too intentionally bad, essentially. It's like he knew how the community would react to these things, and I can point to like a couple main items. The most obvious one is not including cores in the sacrifice, right? Which would have been, I think it wouldn't have been nearly as good as it would have been in the past because people are gun shy, but it would have been pretty bullish for the cores. And in fact, before on the day of the sacrifice, before it was announced with all the details, things were actually kind of pumping. It looked pretty good, generally speaking. Not all-time high stuff, but like, comfortable optimism. And then right after he made the announcement, no cores, then things started looking pretty bad, right? He surely knew that would happen, that reaction was the case. Then the other item was the whale bonus, right? So on the previous sacrifices, like Pulse and Pulse X, the whale bonus, like for largest sack, was 2.5x. It was probably the biggest single FUD item that like the big guys got more, right? It generated funds for sure, right? Like people with money like to get a better deal, then they'll put in more money. Like it's that the math part is good on that side, but on the other side, it meant that some people could sell very early on, and or continue to sell at a profit where everybody else wasn't in profit. So probably one of the main comments I heard pre-sac was, "I hope there's no whale bonus," and after the post Pulse X and Pulse X, that was probably the biggest complaint item, was about the whales getting a better deal. So, and he increased that deal from 2.5 to 3, right? So it's like, either he's completely not listening to us, which I believe not to be true, or he's listened to us and done the opposite of what we wanted on all accounts in regards to this particular sacrifice. So, and what did he anticipate our response, like the community's response, would be? And to me, it seems like intuitive that the response would be that the price is going to go down for either the reason that some people are sad they're getting out, right?
Yeah.
Bigger people who aren't necessarily sad are front running that, like they think other people are going to sell, so they sell first, or people are selling to get into the sacrifice because it's the only way they can effectively do it, because you can't sacrifice core tokens. So he anticipated the dump of the prices of core Pulse chain assets. So, and then when you ask yourself why would he effectively want that? Or is there some other benefit to him not doing that the way that we wanted? And like the most obvious answer to me is like there's a shakeout, right? Like it's another shakeout, and I feel the pain. I'm not like, I don't like this. It's not, it doesn't feel good. But if he's looking to get people out of things so that there's less holders, this seems like an intuitive way to do it. Not a great way to make friends, but seems like a way you could get people to react the way you wanted them to react.
Yeah, that's for sure. No doubt about that. So I guess this is what he meant by ripping the Band-Aid off. Fast or slow, right?
I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah. Yeah. He knew that this response would be there, specifically. So it's, it's yeah, definitely it was like a measured thing for whatever reason. So the only question that now interests me is, what's next, right? So he said he's going to stream soon. Okay, that's great. Is he good? What kind of information are we going to get there? Will he keep streaming, right? Or is it going to be a one-off with 3 to 6 months in between, which is kind of what we've seen before. Like we had basically a Christmas stream pre-recorded last year, which is still pinned to the top of his page. So if it was just that, but like early Christmas, that would be not super exciting. If he starts streaming every second day, pre-recorded or no, that would be pretty bullish to me. But yeah, will it be a live stream? I feel like probably not. Likely mostly for legal reasons of him not wanting to give anything away as far as his location, etc. But just as likely because if he were to live stream right now with the chat, people would light him up, right? And it may not be productive. But yeah, it all comes back in my head to the knowledge that he probably knew exactly what would happen to the prices, to the community, how people would react by and large, and he proceeded anyway because he has a plan. I don't know what that plan is, but I can speculate that like he has coins are trading hands. They're going from weaker hands to stronger hands, or just to no hands, and for whatever reason he wanted that, and it could be because he plans to pump stuff. Of course, we have this new thing, and the question becomes like, is that the thing that he plans to pump? Is the new thing, right? And like the whole risk diode of participating in a sacrifice is very large based on experience. It's it will all come down to the numbers. But the bottom line on the sacrifice is there's absolutely no hurry to participate in that. There's no hurry to sell your core tokens. Nothing big has changed in the last day except for that one announcement. And as far as the sacrifice goes, it's the same rate of points, and we're talking points. We should have no expectations. The whole line. I'm sure you're all sick of hearing it, but the points ratio is the same for first 20 days, right? So there's no hurry, and not participating, super valid choice. Right. And I think some OGs are doing just that. Right. They're probably picking up the dust that people are dropping on the cores, and they're not participating. But you have time to make up your mind. You don't have to feel pressured. We can have the discussion again in 19 days.
Yeah. Well, let me read the where is it at? Somebody wanted me to read the disclaimer. Let's go read the disclaimer on there. If you guys think about sacking really quick, and then we'll look at some charts too. Where's the main one? Okay, you are sacrificing your coins to make a political statement. You believe in capitalism, the removal of middlemen, and replacing trust with proof. You are sacrificing your coins to prove you are serious about this belief. You have no expectation of profit from the work of others. You understand what you sacrifice can be sold, and you will receive no benefit from it. You must have no expectation of profit from the work of others. There is no common enterprise. There shall be no expectation of efforts of a promoter or a third party. Users generate their own keys. No one else has keys to give them. Bonuses don't actually take anyone else's database values. They just add or subtract more or less database values based on the system state. If you can learn to code or have the smartest coder or computer scientist you can find, read over the code you plan to execute. Blockchain, smart contracts, and cryptocurrencies are all cutting-edge technologies, and as such, there is risk, however small, of total failure. Software is hard. Computers are hard. Distributed software on distributed computers is harder. It's a miracle this stuff works at all. Strong cryptography seems unlikely to be broken, but if it is, everything will probably be broken. The Howey test goes into the Howey test stuff and a bunch of legal stuff to cover them. You guys can read it. But pretty much, yeah, no expectation for the work of others. You're sacrificing, and very clear about that. I don't know why people are making a big deal about it. Look, he just was stating it more times than he has before, but it is what it is. Let's go see what these guys are chatting about in this group over here really quick, and we'll look at some charts.
Off slowly from you.
You were speaking in there earlier, right, Fast?
I think it was rhetorical.
Yeah, a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
I left when it got messy.
I'm going to watch this. If nobody else credible is doing a sack pool, I may consider doing a sack pool as a community service project of some sort. But I would like to know more.
If you was gonna do one, is there gonna be a minimum you can put in? Because obviously I've only got $5, so I was wondering.
I haven't discussed it with my partners, so I don't know what's feasible.
Crypto 7.
But yeah,
it's very clear. There's
the reason.
No expectations.
Let me just reiterate that is because I think the volume bonus.
We don't get to know anything.
Is very important, and you don't want to be going in as a pleb and getting no volume bonus. Because you're just basically, I don't like the volume bonus, to be clear, but I would if you guys were going to sacrifice, I'd want you to
chances.
Make sure you get the volume bonus, because otherwise you're basically pushing shit uphill.
We should talk about that when we're done here for sure.
All right. Well, it's been a good space. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll watch Richard's actions over the next coming days. All right. Stay tuned.
All right, let's go check out some of these charts, right? See what's going on. So obviously, cores are taking a hit. Let's just go start with those. Atropa unaffected, looking good actually. Let's see, but Pulse is down almost 15%. Did it break the trend line? Yeah, it broke the trend line. Okay, so people tried to buy it up, but it is going to be rejected down here, most likely. That's a lot of sell pressure. Let me go to a 4-hour here real quick. Yeah, that's not great, but yeah, it's gonna make a lower low. It already made a lower low, didn't it? Okay, yeah, that's not good at all. Okay. Oh boy.
One of the things that crossed my mind is it's possible Richard could be looking for a new all-time low to pump from. I don't think he's going to get that. But when he talks X's on Hex or other things, he always calculates from the absolute bottom of the bottom wick of the bottom candle.
Zymus, what's going on, man? What's up, Backwards Hat Dad? Except you, bro? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Zymus. What's up, KD? That's right. Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. I see your other message. He says all facts in one place except you, bro. I guess thanks. So this is breaking down on Pulse. I guess we knew that was going to happen. I think Richard Hart knew it was going to happen too, and that's why he had that post about not selling the lows and what have you. There could be a bit of a strategy here. People will be off sides, right? They're selling down here and going into something else, but there's no way to know when that might pump, right? So this could start running while that's down, and you get into a big mess here. And
he said in that one post, don't sell at a loss. He was quoting somebody else's financial advice, which was never sell at a loss.
Right.
And it was a very short tweet, very to the point. He may be talking to us.
He may be talking to us. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Went right to my fucking support. Right to it. Ba-boom. That's why we put lines on here, pups. They get respected. Look at that. Almost wicked right into that line. I've had that line here for, I don't know, over a year now. So got hit. And we are officially, well, the thing is, you know, we got a nice candle forming here. But, you know, we may not be down for a very long time. It's not looking good.
Not so much.
It's not looking good. Let's see what the 4 hour looks like. Jesus. I don't like this at all, man. So I think we're going to go down. We're going to test these lower targets unless the market, you know, we get bullish like very quickly, immediately. We're coming down, and Pulse 2 is coming down. So maybe my chart I did from that January, even though my timeline were way longer than I'd expected, it may end up being right. I wonder if we're going to end up with that low before we pop, which is what I drew back in, what was it, 2020? In the beginning of the year, right? Like almost a year ago, I made that drawing, right? Let me see. I haven't looked at it in forever. Where is it at? Somewhere on this. Is this it? Yeah, this is it right here. How do I get it in the fucking thing? What did I do? Yeah, so I showed this move down and then go up and then a last low before we pop, like the W down there. I'm wondering if we end up now doing that, but it'll look like, yeah, like this will be the W, and then we go. Not that low. I'm just exaggerating to give you an idea. Maybe not. I mean, you never know what the market's going to do, but we have made a lower low here, and we've broken structure. We have a lot of support down below us, though, so maybe it's just a double bottom, maybe we just chop and fill this before we get back above, you know? I mean, that's fine, too. I mean, we could just chop and grind and look like we're about to go, but maybe then eventually we just get up and go, you know? We don't have to test that low necessarily. We could almost do a double bottom or just like a wick to it or something like that. But anything's possible now at this point, you know, so to speak, like the veil's been broken here. Ink is at $1, holding up right at $1. A lot of people defending that, of course.
Impressive, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's like a stable coin.
Yeah, they're 95, 96. Yeah, they're not letting it go below, right? So it's you know, it is what it is. You know, obviously, if Pulse now, if it slides and starts chopping down lower and lower, this will probably give. We got a lot of support. What do we got? We got 76 is the big one, I think, that I have on here. But I'm sure there's some spots in here that can hold too. We can look really quick. Yeah, 87, and then 76 is a big one. But 90 cents, 86 cents, and then really, I think 76 cents. So you got support. You got a lot of support down there. If we do break, let me take a closer look here. What's going on? Huh, that's interesting. Oh, so we wicked all the way to 76 cents? Oh, shit. That was...
must have been somebody big getting out there, yeah.
That was earlier today. Or in the middle of the night. Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah, and it got bought up pretty quick. So we did puncture $1, okay? So we hit 76, which is, it's so fun. That's what I just said. That's my support. Yeah, I told you. That's the big support.
You said that number before.
Yep.
What are you on? You're on. That's a 4-hour chart. Okay.
Yeah, and look at that. It punctured. I had it 76. It punctured down to 74, 75. So.
Wish I had a limit order on that one.
These, my lines are. I trust my lines. The lines are good. Like whenever you watch my streams, man, they work out good. What's up, your friend SOMMI? How you doing, brother? Is he in the chat? Has he been in there forever? I didn't even see him. The link is in the Telegram, by the way. So, but we are Jeez. I mean, we're down. We could go lower, but we could just kind of chop. You know, we're still kind of back in that box, right? We're back at that dollar.
People are buying those wicks right back into your box, right?
Yeah.
It's like they want to be there.
And 76 was a big target for me. That's why this line's orange. It's not purple. It was a big target. I had a feeling that would definitely get hit, and it got hit. So that could be completed. Like, I might be technically okay now with ink to move up, because this orange line was a big one for me at 76 cents. That's why it's orange. And it got hit. So maybe we good. Maybe we good on ink. We don't need to come down here to 60. I mean, we don't have to now. I think it's complete. So we could just chop. We could go a little bit lower. You know, we could bleed down to like in the 90s possibly, but we could just chop and then, you know, buy some time and then go up. All right. Your lines are better than 80s cocaine. And I heard that was legit. My lines are good, bro. I can lay out some good lines, man. Really good lines. They always get hit, man. No one believes me, but you see, it always finds its way. 76 cents got hit. I missed it. I did not catch that. That happened. I was, I don't know what I was doing. I was just waking up maybe or something. Let's see. Hex. So, Hex I was looking at a little while ago. Hex is still okay. You know, we didn't make a lower low. It's not looking good. And I've said this before. It's waiting for the market to do what it's going to do. Obviously, we don't get bullish. Everything's going to go down into the right just on its own out of sell pressure. And obviously, the sack's not over, you guys. And more people are going to sack as it goes further. And people will sell some cores, you know, whether Richard Hart says to or not. Like, there are just some people are going to do it for whatever reason. And so, you know, we got to be ready for that, right?
There'll be more sacks closer to the end of the first 20 days, since there's zero advantage to doing it today versus tomorrow until you get to 20 days out. So, plus Richard announced that, you know, a couple days he might be streaming, so a lot of people will probably wait for that, which is a reasonable choice.
All right. Well, Hex is holding up right here, right at the bottom of this box. The bottom of this box is 0.0013, and Hex is right now at almost 0.0014. So we're just dancing right now. It wicked all the way down to 0.0011. So sub penny, 1/10 of a penny it went down to. I guess it must have happened the same time ink went down too, right? Early in the morning or something. Or for me, early in the morning. And I think some of these wicks might fill, even on ink or whatever, because, like I said, SAC's not over. So unless a force shows up and the market gets bullish and or Richard Hart decides to make the ecosystem bullish right now, which I don't see that happening because he's sacking. So I'm guessing nothing happens till the sack is over, right? I don't know what the strategy is going to be.
Well, the sack is over on the 9th of January, but after the first 20 days, like December 4th or something like that, the rate gets much worse. So I think any action you're going to see, most of it's going to be in the first 20 days. So I would think things could get more bullish after that period of time, right? Like the people who are trying to get out are more likely to be trying to get out in day 1 to 20. If you're here on day 21 in core tokens, probably you're planning on staying there. There will be people participating right up to the last minute. There always is. One, like, I think Richard really called in the sack. Like, he's, 500 or whatever it was, $600,000. Like, it's not that big a number for him. And the first day, like, that does get FOMO, and there hasn't been that much FOMO. I think it's, he's kind of intentionally called it in, is the feeling that I have. He's doing a bad job. There's ways he could have done this where there would have been like $50 million in there already. And not just adding core tokens to the list. So I think it's intentionally not going to be as big as it could be for whatever plan he has, which I cannot say.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know. But, either way you do it, it's not good. It's not healthy. It's not good. And yeah, I mean, maybe it's in a line with shaking people out for years and years, I guess, you know.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I'm just playing devil's advocate. But when we look at things like the SAC not taking core tokens, if your intention was to pump the price of core tokens, you couldn't do that using core tokens. You need to use something else. So he is getting more of something else right now. What his plan is with that something else remains to be seen.
Crypto7 says he should have streamed first. I mean, it would have made people comfortable.
He should have been streaming 24 hours a day. He would have made way more. But he knows that, right? Like it's everything.
Obvious,
if he'd given more details, like there's all kinds of things he could have done.
Yeah.
Without changing the core tokenomics of what he talked about. Just like literally more bullish posts, more things about the product. Like better logos, like the logos from Google. Like it's like all those things are kind of intentionally half-ass. So it just makes me wonder. Like there's some sort of plan here. And the plan wasn't to get as much money as possible as quickly as possible, which makes me feel better about not that I had this concern, but some people are like, I want proof of life. I want to prove this is really Richard, which is a valid concern. But like if he was just looking for money because he was desperate for some reason, he could have done so much better. Like even someone pretending to be Richard, which I don't think is the case, could have done much better with minor changes. So I don't, I don't have those concerns.
The January 9th number, that's just from when the SAC ends, guys. That's it. I'm sure you guys answered that already.
Yeah.
More opium. All right. PHEX went all the way down to 0.004-ish, okay? And it's been bought up to 0.005, so half a penny. Apparently it's the deal of century. It probably is. It's going to be good. You're buying down here. It's coming all the way back down to support. It's generally been a good time to buy there if you're trading it. Or if you're hodling, I suppose it's a good place to pick it up as well. But yeah, we're down there. Same thing. It's fine. It's just going to go sideways and or down to the right slowly, filling that wick until we really get bullish. But I can just expect some chop in this range, between 0.006 and 0.004. I could just expect some chop. So it's at half a penny right now. Eric Wall's been playing RH on Twitter while the real RH is in jail.
Yeah, I think that's true. Interesting idea.
Yeah. This is a the kind of crash you would buy, right? So makes sense. WBTC actually holding up decent. $342. Also had a bit of a sell down to 300. Just same situation, man. That's it. It's just weak and hanging out. But there's a lot of support where it is, and that's a good thing about it right now. A lot of juicy support right there. Yeah, people are buying it. Like I said, same thing. It just seems like it's going to chop down and to the right, or just to the right, hopefully. All right. But if we get another event in crypto, which I do think strategically could make a lot of sense, and I'll show you in a minute when we look at BTC and ETH, everything will have a capitulation moment, but that would be an amazing time to buy, right? That would be the time you'd swoop in with whatever dry powder you have and figure out where to allocate it. Yeah, I could see that happening the way things are actually right now. So WBTC looking good. We can come over here to just some of the main ones. Want to look at probably PDI. Everybody wants, BFF. Somebody was saying on Telegram, holding up amazing. Just a really solid meme, looking really good, holding down there at support. I know it's an Atropa project, but this and Atropa just holding up, man. Oh, we did break just now. out of the channel a little bit. Hang on. So people sold some of this too.
Well, there's somebody ratio trading that's watching right now.
All right. Everybody's selling everything a little bit, okay? Let's go to PDI, see what's going on. Okay.
If one token is up, there's a deal with it against another token. Probably people are reacting that way.
Yeah, PDI also
Doesn't mean it's a good play though. Could still be a bad play, you know.
Yeah,
if you're
yeah.
not sure, doing nothing is a great choice.
Yeah. PDI also did a dip down to 0.0015. It's back at 0.0017. Everything's taken a hit, you know, and you know, this it doesn't look good. PDI right now doesn't look good at all. Nothing looks great, but this is not pretty at all right here. But it's only $80 million market cap. It's good. 74K liquidity. I guess it could move in either direction quite easily. So we can go back really quick to Solid X at $1.46. It just keeps going lower, doesn't it? Got some. Oof, that's not good at all. Oh, that's nasty looking. This looks like it's about to go much lower. Damn. Solid X is in a falling wedge, though, right now. It can fall. It looks like it could fall for a long time, though. So let's go to Most and Pump. Let's see those. Couple of the big RH memes. Oh yeah. Oh, that took a dive, huh? Oh damn, that took a fucking dive, bro. Damn.
It'll follow Pulse down at the very least because
Okay.
it's got the bond liquidity there.
Okay.
Looks like more than that though.
All right, cool. Pump tires. Let's go to Most. Oh shit, most taking a beating hard. Oh damn. All right, so Most is under a penny right now. Most is taking. What's going on? What the fuck is this? So it's in a falling wedge, very similar to what we saw in Solid X, which is good, which is very bullish. So when this breaks, it's going to be quite glorious. Pump is a smaller market cap though by half, so that's good. If you're trying to pick one, you could just go by market cap. But this isn't a falling wedge, so that's good. I just don't know how low it's going to go. We're at my last line. I didn't make any lower than this, and we're going lower. So I will chart this with fibs going down. If we break down more, I'll do lower targets.
Oh dear.
Everybody's mad at me when I had lower targets. Now I have to go back in all the charts and add even lower fucking targets.
They just need to watch the show, and then they'll know where the target is, and then that seems to usually set the line for where it goes. But yeah, respect Wolf's lines, people. You know, like don't go underneath them. It's okay to go a little bit above, but don't go underneath.
Jesus.
Not financial advice. Just for convenience sake.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, what's over here? Okay, I don't want to do this right now. So if we go lower, I'll get into this. I'll get in the weeds. All right. But we're at the last edge. But look, they're tiny market caps. They're Richard Hart memes. If you're bullish on Richard Hart, oh, this went the wrong way. Yeah, so we didn't turn bullish, which was my hope. We did the rest of it like right on point. Like it followed what I drew. Like I think I put a clip of this on Twitter. Like it followed it perfect. But then when we got here in the first week of November, we turned down instead of up. I was hoping we would get a nice juicy double bounce here with this W, and we would start to build. But we're going lower here. Now, once again, you got to know this.
That announcement kind of throws things off, doesn't it?
It does, but I had this box down here, and like, you know, you definitely still have structural issues right here, so it is filling those out right now. So I would think this wick is going to fill, and to be totally honest, my target down here was 0.00005 on PTGC. So some of this might fill. I mean, you got some serious impulsive candles here, vector candles. Obviously, we've already filled out the first half, but this one over here, we might get some fill on it, at least down to 0.00008, especially if we're breaking down already here. But who knows? We could just chop once again. That could be it, but not looking great either. But it is what it is. What else? Do you want me to look at anything in particular? I don't want to go through just blood for no reason. Is there something?
Yeah. Like everything is, people are just moving stuff around. There's going to be random things.
So BTC is not looking great, and it's at 101,000. Yeah, let me see a cleaner fucking chart. Do I have a cleaner? What the fuck is this shit? Okay. So. Yeah, it's not pretty looking at all. It's definitely got issues here. What's interesting is I do think we have more upside. I do think there's more upside. You know, and this is very heavily, you know, controlled. Now we have a clear rejection here. You guys can see that, right? So you have a clear rejection, okay? And we came up and retested it to get back in, and it didn't happen. So, yeah, BTC not looking good here, okay? Now, we can see how far back to take this to, you know? Like if I can just get some confluence here. And you can see this trend line going all the way back, right? Okay? And we're under it right now, but we've gotten under it before. You see what happened here back in September of 23? I remember this. Everyone said, "Oh, the bull run's over. We're going to have a recession and then continue." I remember that. That was the fall of 2023. I remember that very clearly because, you know, the markets were shaded. There was reasons for it, and we're like, we need a little bit of a recession, right? And what happened is Bitcoin broke under here, and a lot of people sold. And then I think here, on October, that's when the ETF was announced by BlackRock, and Bitcoin just went crazy. All right. Now, we've broken under it again, but like I said, we've done it before. Right now, we're being rejected, but it could just be a temporary setback, just like we had in September. Now, what could be really interesting is now this is just some crazy theory and really good thing. Hardly anybody's out there listening, so I can probably say it. If you are listening, though, smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. But I can say that it would be interesting if we had a flash crash for a number of reasons psychologically. If you believe we're going up from here, let me this is the bull run from 2022, right? This is Bitcoin. So if you believe that from here we are about to go up and we're about to do something like this, like go kind of vertical, okay? If you believe that's coming, then it needs to do that on fear, okay? Because just of the nature of the market psychologically right now, more than anything, because of how high we are. And so it would make sense if there was some kind of like sudden flash crash, right? That made the bears convinced that, oh, that's it, guys, I told you it's over. And you get something similar like you had back here in 2023, where psychologically everyone said, yep, that's it, recession's got to happen now. And then ETF was announced and we went ballistic, right? We didn't get the recession yet. Now everyone's saying, okay, the recession has to come right now. You know, it's got to be right around the corner. And maybe when we get some kind of flash crash for something, I don't know what it would be, okay? I don't know what it's going to be, but it would be really savvy to have one in the very near future that convinces the bears they're right. Shorts will pile up. Everyone will say, that's it, prepare for recession, and then maybe they announce something or they start printing. Who knows what they do, and that'll kick off this last phase and the altcoin run and Ethereum and all that. I really doubt it's over. I think there's just too much money left on the table for them to take, and they're going to go for it. Never underestimate people's greed. So, and then we'll have a big pop. And I still think 140, 150 is my target, to be totally honest. And you have to understand why I'm saying that, okay? Now, I'll go back to I just sketched this really fast, and you can see how fast I do it, because in my mind, the way I see it is if we're falling out of this channel, and if we have a flash crash, we'll go low. Let's say maybe we go to 70K or 80K. And then we pop from there and do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we probably hit this trend line and get rejected, or just get above it and get rejected and fall apart. And that would be around 150, 140, 150, depending on when we hit it, okay? I'm just going off real simple where I just put my lines. I just keep it really simple right now. I'm not even running fibs. I'm not doing anything special. And I'm coming up with a target of 140 to 150. We could get really in the weeds and start running this, but I tend to be finding in my work that the simpler approach has been working, especially this bull run with BTC. And you have to understand, if we have a flash crash, institutions get to long from 70, 80K. I don't know where it'll drop to. And that's a 2X for them on leverage. That's plenty. That's a big move, guys. So now, is it possible that we break this 140, 150 and go even higher? Yeah, it is possible. I'm just saying my first genuine target and what I think could be the top is 140, 150. But look, if we get up here and we get going and there's whatever reason, we get some little thing, but then it goes up again, you can hit 250. I think Richard Hart said 240, right? You could make another impulsive move up higher. And that number is actually the top of the channel. So if we go back to my old chart that I've had on this show for years. So this is the one with the blue channel. You guys have seen a million times before, right? A million times. So this one, which hasn't been touched since 2023, really. You can see what I mean by this channel. This clear channel, the bottom of it being about 140, 150, depending on when we hit it. You know what I mean? It gets higher as you go along, so it could be 160. But right now, my target's 140, 150 because it's the bottom of this channel. So if we have a drop and we pop back up, that's where we would probably get hit. And then if the bull run continues, the top of the channel is exactly $240,000. So the top of this blue channel is 240K in end of January, let's say, ish, the first quarter of 2026, okay? Which either way, I think you would have a pretty massive pullback then anyway. Whether that's the top or not, I don't know. And so these are all legit targets. 140, 150, the middle of the channel is 188, but the top of the channel is 240. And it's interesting that I think Richard said 240, right? And that's the top of this channel. So I don't even have to do math. I have this channel and I can see where that would be based on this. And one of these will be the top. It depends on when we make the run, but I still think 140, 150 could be it. But they could take it up. They could take it up to 240 because it's the top of the channel. It's done it before, and that would be pretty euphoric. That would be pretty awesome. Get up to $250,000 on Bitcoin. Jesus, you can't afford it quite. So, it is what it is. But I do think this looks interesting to me, and for this to complete. We could run from here, of course. We could chop and run, but psychologically, man, like a juicy dump to 70K would serve a lot of purposes. One, like I said, it would just convince all the bears that they're right. It would convince every person who's been calling for a recession. They'd be like, "See, haha, we told you. Now here it comes." And then shorts would pile up, and then the market can really fucking take people's money and reverse and go bullish. Suddenly. So that'd be a big reason for it because everyone knows a recession is coming. So they have to be faked out. And then this rise up because of how crazy things are, it has to be on fear. And if we had a flash crash to 70K or 80, whatever it's going to be, nobody will want to long, right? Because everyone. So that's the time when psychologically it would make sense to make this big run for alts as well. okay? Because people will capitulate. The last of the last will capitulate from the alts. So even though alts are down, there are people waiting to sell. And if fear hits the market, which is what I think they're going to do somehow, they're going to sell. And then that would be when the alts go vertical from there, because things run up on fear like really well. So you need like something, you know, that's convincing people that like, oh, this no way I'm buying now, right? You need people talking like that, you know, especially when you see obvious charts, like we can see the others and everything, and you know, alts are down the lowest they've ever been against BTC. Everything's so oversold, it's unbelievable. You can't just have it reverse like that. I mean, it could happen, and you know, but it almost needs to be like a moment of fear before it happens. Otherwise, people will pile on too much leverage on the way up too. You know, you need the fear. The fear is important for a lot of reasons. It also keeps exchanges in business. Please crash to 50K, my lord. I don't know. That's pretty, could happen. That's pretty low. That's pretty fucking low, man. Dude, if it crashed 50K, I don't think it would recover. I don't think that's realistic. I think we could go as low as in the 60s, man. I think it could go as low as in the high 60s, 69K or something like that. You break below 60.
We may never see 50K again, right? Like,
well,
even in like, you think so? And the bear, the real bear.
I'm not. I have to see how it goes. I'm not making any claims like that. We've seen that too many times. I've seen that movie. Dude, I have targets really low, man. Anything's possible. It's not the most stable looking structure. But you know, I don't know what circumstances would happen, but something can scare the market down lower than you think, though. Always. There's always some scary thing they pull out of something, a dungeon. But I think to keep this intact and go into the euphoric phase, I really don't see us breaking under 69K or 66K, this old all-time high. That happens, I don't know, man. We could have serious problems. 50K.
We could.
I
Yeah.
mean, I guess it's possible, but man, I think, oh, that's pretty low. Guys, that's a lot. That's huge. You'd have cascade liquidations of scales unimaginable. I think it would just collapse. I don't know. I don't want to think about that. Last cycle, ETH at 5K. They said ETH never below 2K again. We dumped 800. Yeah, man, dude, it's volatile. And there's always, like I said, there's always a goblin in the dungeon waiting to come out, you know, that they can bring out. Let's go look at ETH. But BTC looking fine. You guys got some targets that I'm looking at, and I'm sticking to those. And as far as low, well, we don't know. We talked about that too, right? So let's see what happens. And what I talked to you about wasn't fully technical. You know, part of it is psychology. It's just how I look at market making and the market and what I see happening. So that's why, I have some of those ideas. But also Zombie Apocalypse had a similar price pattern too. All right, ETH yeah, once again, not looking great. We wicked down to 3K. We know that. We're hanging out at 34.15. If there's a big capitulation event or something that happens before we go ballistic, which is realistic, ETH will easily come down to 2,800 or even 2,500. All right. $2,800 or 2,500. Let's look at ETH BTC really quick. Who's that? Oh, we had a friend in the room.
Yeah, look at that.
An old friend.
How could that have happened?
How'd that happen? Hey. How you doing, buddy?
Sorry.
I want to know if I could hear, though. I can't hear the audio. That's so weird.
Let me know when you
We
can
can
hear.
hear you.
Speaker. No. There we go. Is it working?
We hear you
Yep,
loud and clear.
You're good.
Oh, perfect. So it's awesome. I'm on the Zooms. That's really cool.
Long
Let's just
time
say,
no
right?
see.
I've got a virtual camera.
You got a virtual
Oh,
camera?
awesome.
You can share your screen too if you want to. Let me know. I can pop you in that thing if you need to share a
Awesome.
screen.
So is it possible to unmirror me?
Yeah, I can switch you back where you were.
Yeah, cool. That's better.
Is that fine? Is that message?
Awesome. Cool. So yeah, I've got my. That's cool. It's like a virtual camera.
Okay, cool.
What's going on, friends? I was listening to the convo, sir. Yeah. I wish I have answers for everyone. I got no answers, but I want to let everyone know, just in general terms. I know we're all in our own bubbles in terms of our own community. So when any coin, any ecosystem doesn't go up, We think, oh yeah, we suck, and the other team's doing amazing, like XRP, which isn't, or Ethereum, which isn't. By the way, just to let you guys know, guys, Ethereum is down 80% against Bitcoin since 2017. Okay, I just want to show you, because what does everyone always say? They go, oh, look at you guys. Like Ivan's always saying, hey, you guys are rubbing the fat man, the fat genie. Are you going to call Ethereum a retardio cult, bro? Look at, bro, Ethereum is literally down. Look at this. It's 80% down.
I'm going to make you bigger. So let me hang on 1 sec. I'm going to make you bigger. Give me a sec. So we can follow along. I got to make a thing though.
I can zoom in if you want as well.
Well, no, I'm actually going to make the give a full big window there for it.
Yeah.
For your thing. Hang
this
on.
is just the ETH BTC chart, friends, as well.
Just gotta.
Let me just show you, dude. Like,
I think I go.
It's okay. It's okay if you don't. If you can't actually zoom in, that's fine. You guys can see. I mean, like ETH BTC from 2017 to now, guys. That's literally 8 years, bro. It literally like 8 years. You're down 80% against Bitcoin. But does anybody come out and dare say, what a bunch of stupid cultists? Look at these Ethereum weirdos following Vitalik. By the way, Vitalik sells Ethereum. By the way, look at these weird culty dudes. Ethereum layer 2s. They're poop. Do you hear people coming out and saying that? Like all the KOLs. You don't say that. But look at the price, bro. It's the same price. You're down 8. In fact, it's worse. Do you want to know why it's worse? This is why for Ethereum, it's the biggest stab in the heart. Because they invented everything. Yeah, they invented Uniswap. They had the first Chainlink price oracles. Aave was one of the first DeFi unicorns. The biggest money markets on Ethereum. They did proof of stake. They do burning. Guys, Ethereum have changed the monetary policy 7 times. They just keep accelerating it to try cheat their way. You have you got a spot ETF. Do you know what I mean? You're seeing all these and you're like, wait, after all of that, and by the way, you have $300 billion of stable coins in crypto. 180 billion of them are on Ethereum. Okay, so just to make it even more worse, you are still down 80% against Bitcoin after 8 years. Okay, so it's not FUD or anything. I'm just telling you, like, everything we cop on Pulse Chain, I'm like, dude, the geniuses who invented everything are also cucked. So there's either one or two things happening. Either we all totally got scammed and we're missing a big point, or there's something else. Okay, and what obviously I think something else is, you watch my channel, bro. It's everybody's still cooked in the economy. It's still too tight. Okay, the inflation's a Fugazi narrative. Interest rates are too high. The business cycle, it's all reflected in the PMI. The cost of living's too high. That's it. The price of gas, the price of food, the price of rent. People are they're just soaking all of that up just to keep themselves afloat. They can't think of, hey, maybe the world gets better in 2 or 3 years from now. They can't think of like that. The last time they thought like that, this is interesting, guys, because I want to show you this, right? I've got videos and stuff coming on, but this is very interesting, okay? Because you guys were around here in 2021 with us, right? This is what I found fascinating. So I always show you the PMI chart here. When Richard Hart was doing the Pulse Chain and PulseX sacrifice, PMI was above 58.
Is there a button for you in Zoom that allows you to share screen? It'll give you...
No, so I've got a virtual OBS camera. So I'm talking to you as if I'm recording.
Oh,
so
okay.
I just do it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, I zoomed you in, so I just do it this way.
Yeah, guys, so this is something I want you... This is why things are different. The ProveX sacrifice is in a PMI 48 environment, okay?
Yep.
ProveX sacrifice. Maybe I'll have a look. Yeah, here we go. Let me just move it in. Here you go. ProveX sacrifice, PMI 48. When we did Pulse Chain, we were in a PMI 62, bro. That's huge. Literally, look at this. 62. I mean, you literally, man, you're off the charts. Like, totally different environment. And PulseX as well. So, and this is what I wanted to share with everyone as well. This is very strange. I remember, you guys remember 2021? When you go and speak to the average person, we were talking to everyone. No one was, this is the weird part. if you speak to people, everybody was saying this zombie virus is bad. It's going to get worse. They're going to jab us again. Inflation's bad. The money printing's not working. They can't fix the supply chain from China. Used cars. Guys, you remember used cars were going up 40%, dude. I just, that blew my mind up. People were bidding up used cars.
They were.
So this is the weird part. If you speak to people back in 2021, their voices were saying things are really bad, dude. But what were their actions doing? Their actions were in a PMI 60 environment, dude. What were they doing up here, guys? We were sacrificing. We were buying $400,000 JPEGs. The CryptoPunks, okay? We're buying dog coins. People were literally pricing in an optimistic future, GameStop and stuff. That was all happening. So what do you trust? If you go talk to the average person, they say, oh, man, things are going to get really bad. But what were their actions doing? Their actions, man, they were punting. They were just throwing money out. We've flipped that whole scenario now. We flipped the whole scenario. So when I go out anecdotally, I speak to my friend. I got mates that work, in construction. One of my best friends, he works in property maintenance. Other people in real estate, just normies and stuff, okay? This is the weird part, right? Everybody, when they talk, they go, yeah, things are all right. Things might get a bit better. They talk like that.
Zatu.
Okay, but their actions are not doing that. Their actions, they're actually acting like we're in a freaking depression and things aren't going to get better. And that's actually the PMI. That's a PMI 48 environment. So this is what I find fascinating. I'm like, that's really weird how people are talking like it's going to get better, but they're acting like it's not. And it's totally opposite to 2021. In 2021, everyone's like, oh, zombie virus, dude, going to get totally bad. Anyway, $400,000 JPEGs, right? So this is big contrast, okay? And that's obviously, when you throw in this ProveX sacrifice we're looking at now, it almost makes no sense. But I guess there's a plan somehow. But that's why I just wanted to show everyone we're in our own bubble, man. But I don't actually think we're all like unique droplets. I think we're all part of the same ocean, man. This is it. It's just everyone's got their own story. But it's like the same Lord of the Rings movie, and there's like 18 different parallels. There's the gnomes, and there's the elves, and there's the tree dudes, and everything's got a story playing out. But each community thinks they're the unique special snowflake. That's what you guys have probably noticed, right? That's why I showed you Ethereum, because in Pulse Chain, what happens? Everyone comes in and they go, look, you guys are trash. You guys are so trash. And then, look at Ivan. And I'm like, oh, do you call Ethereum trash? No. But you should. In fact, if you look at the price, Ethereum has been failing for a lot longer than Pulse Chain's been alive. It's down 80% against Bitcoin in 8 freaking years, bro. And your founder's dumping. And Vitalik is dumping $15,000 of dog shit meme coins. Bro, you're a billionaire. Why do you need 15 grand for? And you're going to World Economic Forum meetings? So what I'm just telling you, friends, is I'm not here to pick on anyone. I'm just saying everybody points the finger at everybody else. So then that's why we go, okay, are we actually special snowflakes, or are we just all at the mercy of this big cycle? And I think we're just all at the mercy of this big cycle. That's what I think. So I think, and that's why I step outside and I'm like, man, everyone's cooked. But we've got a bit of a twist in Pulse Chain, don't we? Because we've noticed some fantastically suspicious actions, like our liquidity is extra thin. The pain points are like really hard, okay? But if you think of it like this, man, are we, friends, if you were holding XRP or Cardano or Chainlink or anything else, are they anywhere near sell points? No. So you shouldn't be selling anyway. It's just that with Pulse Chain core coins, they're at the pain point and they smack lower, but the other coins don't. But this is how I guess Richard thinks. You shouldn't be selling anyway. He's like, oh, so if your price target was $100 and something's at 10, who cares if it goes to 2? You shouldn't be selling. But psychologically, we all get screwed in the head with that. I know what we all feel like, right? So I want to share that with you guys. That's what everyone else is going through the same thing. And because you don't get con manned. You know, con manned is, oh, I should have bought this coin. Who the fuck were you guys? I didn't hear you guys talk about Zcash for 4.5 years. Now you're saying, oh, Zcash was the easiest buy of all time. No, it's not. No, it wasn't, bro. Like, so guys, it's very, very easy. Someone comes in, they're holding for a year or 2 or 3, they're not making money, and then someone else comes and goes, hey, I'm the smart one. Follow me. You should have bought this coin. Here's my next thing. So I'm sure you guys we've seen that thousands of times, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I just want to appreciate guys. I've been watching the streams and stuff. I want to give you guys. I want more answers for myself. It's literally 50-50 once again, man. It's literally big OG Bitcoiners are distributing. The PMI is low. What happens next? QT stopped. I'll share one thing with you, okay? This is why it's 50-50. Before they turn on the money printers, something cracks bad. Okay? That's what politicians do. You ever notice the pattern? It gets bad, and then they come in to look like the heroes.
Yeah.
All right?
100%.
But there's a bit of a twist now. The last time they did this was the literal zombie virus. Okay? And I can tell you something from the stock market, bro. This is something from the stock market. When you have a black swan, it takes like 18 years to erase it from everyone's minds. So if this is what you actually go back to the S&P 500, go back to like 1987 crash or whatever it was. The black swan, when it happens, you're in the clear for like 10 years. Yeah. It's just that no one believes it because they're thinking about the black swan so much. So that's why like we're at this 50-50 moment. If I was to just take a punt based off the past 100 years of the stock market, everybody's waiting for the economy to crack really hard. And then the US Fed comes out and says, guess what? You're allowed to take risk now. We are now going to print money. Because that's what happened in 2020. So I don't think we're going to get that. Okay? I don't think we're going to get that. It could happen again. I'd like to hear your thoughts. It doesn't repeat like that again. You got to think, guys. There are so many people on the sidelines. They're looking at us like retardios. They want to buy. That's why they're like, please crash. Please crash. Please crash. Get rates to 0. Come and print money. I want the tick. I want the tick from the US Fed to take on risk. They want that. And I'm just looking, I'm like, man, if I know it's hard because we're all biased long. But if you look at it, man, you know they're not going to get what they want. It's just how much time until we get that next phase. Mr. St. Wolf and Mr. Fast, I'd like to hear from you, sir. So yeah, I want to summarize that all for you. I want to hear what you guys think.
That was a lot, and I don't think I can compete with your analysis. But like, I think the bullish things, like if there's, if in the U.S. they have subsidy checks, $2,000 is what I heard. Like that's not going to be bearish, and it might bring in some retail. By and large, it doesn't look like retail is in crypto right now. It's it's just
so. Can we
BlackRock
just say
numbers around? People
are saying it's bearish. Do you know what's funny? I'm so glad you mentioned that up. Guys, I'm literally reading yesterday, and all over YouTube, people are showing Scott Bessent, and they go, hey, it's not a proper check. It's like a tax deduction. And I'm like, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like, because I'm hearing them from people who have sold. They've already sold their portfolios. They're saying, no. This is not like last time. It's like they're in disbelief. They're like, it's not a proper check. It's a different type of thing. It's like they're looking for every reason not to get long. Like that they want the QE.
People are going to have $2,000 extra money is the bottom line, though, right? Like it's, and last time that happened was in COVID, and then we got all-time highs out of the deal. So I'm definitely bullish on the concept.
Sir, and on that topic, I want everyone to see on my chart, sir, is it possible just to zoom it up for everyone? This is others BTC, and this is the US Fed balance sheet. What I'll do is I'll try to circle it here for us. When they stopped QT, it was literally the bottom of altcoins against Bitcoin. Right there. That was the last time they stopped QT. And here they are stopping it again. Okay. So why I wanted to show that for you is everyone who's saying, oh, it's over. We're rounding off RSI divergences. Here's my perfect mathematical formula. But then I'm like, but if you're going off past charts, you've given zero probability to the fact that the last time they stopped QT, altcoins bottomed out. Do you want to know what's even more fun? This is why it gets spooky, friends. This is why I want to show you something. When others BTC bottomed out, it was in August 2019, right here.
Yeah.
And you want to know what's funny? When the zombie virus happened, altcoins were actually rallying against Bitcoin so slowly, but no one believed in them. And then actually continued into DeFi season, right? And what's even more funny is Hex did a big move here as well. That was Hex's big move. Okay, so that was like, okay, because you look at people in crypto, we all look skits, but if you go back in time and you look at this chart, it looks like because the market knew QT was stopping, they were front running. So there's no more sellers of altcoins.
Okay.
But then that's where the spooky part comes, because I remember when that happened, right? This is the weird part. When the balance sheet was paused, I was like tweeting. I wasn't even on Twitter. I was just telling my friends, I go, look, they're going to manufacture something. Something's going to crack. It happens every time. And no one believed me. Even I didn't believe myself. And then zombie virus happened. So you could have imagined my jaw dropped. I was like, you son of a bitch. Like literally a world virus so you guys can print money. I go, man, that's some sick, twisted stuff. And then during the zombie virus, I was watching Mark Yusko, who says, hey, I don't want to get this stream deleted. He goes, hey, did you know there's a patent for this jab? Go look it up. And I looked it up. It was on the first page of Google. It was by the R-Child family. And guess what? That page is deleted. Because I went back and I looked it up again. They put it to like page 7. And then guess what they did? They owned Snopes and Reuters. And then they made multiple news journalist articles to say, no, that's all conspiracy and that's all fake. So it was, you got to understand, this it's all like lost in time now. Now everyone's thinking about Jeffrey Epstein's island and stuff. So that's why I'm coming at, friends. Like this weird stuff where QT has now stopped here. They're going to have to turn it on, dude. It will get turned on. The question is, what's it going to take? Okay, is it a massive black swan US stock market crash and then they come in? That's why, but like, you'd think so.
Yeah.
But we just had that 5 years ago, man. That's why everyone's like, oh, another zombie virus.
I was just talking about that. And yeah, we did have one another 5 years ago, but you definitely need this move up to happen on fear. And it does seem like everything's primed for some kind of, it doesn't have to be a zombie apocalypse. We don't need a full-on zombie apocalypse, but we need a juicy scare. Could be a nice flash crash. It doesn't have to be, that level of fear, but something enough to give them a reason to step in and or, as markets reverse, at least have some fear on there, right? Because you need that, because you're right by what you're showing on the that others BTC. We've shown that too, and I'm gonna show you. I've looked at this MACD. Just look at this MACD.
I see it too, sir.
And you
it's
were talking
that
about,
MACD.
yeah, there's that 2019 era you were talking about. You had that cross. It was the perfect time to get in the market right here. And look where we are now, down here. Now, is this where it crosses? I don't know the time, but I can tell you just looking at this that you're probably going to want to be a buyer now and in the very near future, because it's going to reverse and move up. But we don't know the timeline. It doesn't mean it has to reverse right now and go up, but it's still looking good and bullish for markets.
There's another thing we've got to think about, bro. You know the mid-curve meme? We all know the mid-curve meme, right?
What's that?
Like, the mid-curve meme, the bell curve, where you're like, the middle curve is like overthinking stuff, and like the retardios, negative IQ, and the super smart people are like, dude, it's so simple. Okay?
Gotcha.
Well, here's a gambit card to throw in. I mean, Trump has literally said, when major loser powers out, I'm just putting my own puppet, dude. We're cutting rates, baby. Yeah? So he's literally said that. Are we looking at that right now? That's all I ask. I go, man, are we overthinking it? He's literally said, don't worry. We're just kicking the Fed chairman out. We're just cutting rates, dude. Don't worry. Is this how the story ends? Where people who overthought it in the middle, Bitcoin OGs, MACD, RSI divergences, are they the mid-curvers? 4-year cycle. Are they the mid-curvers? And then like the retardio guy, he's like, hey, The president literally told me on TV that he's going to remove this Fed chairman and put a puppet, and they're gonna pump the bags. He literally told me, so I'm not getting up.
Yeah.
That's another thing I think about, friends. Is it that simple?
It could be
Is
that
it
simple.
literally that? Yeah.
And so many of the mid-curvers, as you say, are very bearish about 2026, which is starting to get me leaning toward the fact that maybe 2026 is the stellar year, because that just would throw off
So
everybody.
perfect example, guys. Have you heard a single person say you're gonna get really rich in 2026? You know, I said that
Exactly.
to myself in the mirror, and I don't believe
Not
it.
a
I go,
one,
you're full of
right.
shit.
That's
I don't
awesome.
even believe it.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. You're like, no, yeah. So like that's a signal, but man, that's a signal.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
it's so unbelievable. We don't even believe it.
Yeah, because that no one's ready for that one. No one's ready for that one. Everyone's ready for the recession. Everyone's ready for more down. But what if it's more up? And you know, it is the cycles, and it is the president, and it is being a bit retardio, because the market's moving on tweets, guys. Like, you know, fuck your RSI, fuck your MACD. Like, you know, we do this stuff to see the bigger picture. I'm looking at monthly charts when I was showing you know, with the MACD and all that. But in general, when you bring it down, a tweet can move the market. I mean, they can just start printing and tweeting bullish news and putting in new laws, and everything just goes up because they want it to. And the reason that 2026 could be a year is everybody's convinced that this bubble's about to pop. That's all I'm hearing.
Me too. Yeah. And I think I'm like, listen, man, do you really think the US government's going to be like, hey, there might be a bubble. Let's pause our economy for 3 years and let's give China an exponential advantage for the next 3 years when they're competing against us in the AI race, which might dictate who's the world superpower for the next 50. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's pause. Let's stop everything because we might get a bubble. You see what I mean, fans? That's why the mid curve, when you think about it, your brain explodes. But it might be that. It might be that retardio. Like, oh, Trump won't let up. You know, what are the 20 IQ guys saying? They're like, oh man, Trump pumped last time. He's just gonna figure it out again. You know?
Yeah. And that's what I was saying too. We could have a nice juicy flash crash, enough to convince the bears that, oh, that's it, recession's on, and that'll be the big reversal. That'll be where you'll want to really get in.
But what if it's not even a flash crash? So what if it's the bonds? What if it's like it's a bond, it's banks, something cracks?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What if there's
something?
You never know.
Something.
Yeah.
It'll cause some kind of another cascade of liquidations, but it'll actually be that'll be the reversal point, and that'll be when we go up. Against putting everybody in disbelief. And because the AI bubble, the way I see the AI bubble actually ending is when everyone and their dog has an AI company. Does that make sense? We have kind of these big, the big AI companies right now. But the real AI bubble is going to be when Tom down the street is starting an AI startup, when your Bolt driver has an AI startup. That will be the AI bubble. That'll be the real bubble. Now, I don't know if that's in 2026 or 2028, but that's going to be the real big one. Just like the .com,
another thing with
and all that.
Good stuff. So another thing with AI, you got it. Do you remember before the internet, before anybody had a web page, you have no idea what exists out there in the world.
Yeah.
Now we have a web page for everything. Yeah. That 0 to 1 moment. It's like, oh, I can see everything, right? We don't even have that for AI because we don't even know what AI can do. Palantir can literally turn a losing company to be profitable within 6 months. They did that. Tom Lee gave an example. I've made many videos on it, but they won't release the name. They fed employee wages, contracts, legal deals, everything about the company. They just fed it for days and days and days. And then it spat out. It goes, hey, you got to hedge your commodity this way. You've got to change this stuff. And the company went from negative to making money. So as you said, I want to see a world where, Tom down the street is like, shit, AI can teach me how to be profitable. But you and I are saying, hey, man, it's just like having a web page. Everybody's got the same advantage now, which means no one has an advantage. But we're not having that conversation, bro. No one's euphoric. Instead, people are saying, oh, NVIDIA's too high. I'm like, but you understand, bro, NVIDIA are making the only chips that can be made. You know, NVIDIA, if you call up NVIDIA factory, you go, hey, I want some chips. Guess when they start for you? in 2031.
Oh, you serious?
I'm not joking. They're booked out for 5 years, bro. Imagine like going, hey, I want a pizza delivered. They're like, okay, 2031. You understand? So like it's easy to just say bubble, bubble, bubble. We just don't know. Like another example, bro. In late 1990s, people who were like visionaries about the internet. Okay, it was funny. They said one day you'll be able to order pizza on the internet, and there was 0% approval rate by respondents. They go, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'll just pick up the phone. And little did you know, bro, just like a couple of years later, everyone's got an internet device in their phone, and no one even leaves the couch to order a pizza. You can't even foresee that. That's why when we see AI going up, it's pricing in stuff you and I we can't comprehend, bro. We can't comprehend. You know, like the vacuum in your room that can like cook for you and do your dishes and do some robotics. We don't even know, right? But yeah, we know. But look, and another thing as well, guys. Where's the shoe shine kid? You know, in the Roaring '20s. Remember when everyone says, "Oh yeah, it was game over" when the shoe shine kid was giving stock tips? Yeah. Is there a shoe shine kid now, bro? There's none.
No. Yeah.
The shoe shine kid is saying sell because of the 4-year cycle. You know what I mean? So. A lot of things to think about, you know? What do you reckon, Mr. Fast Abdul?
I think I feel like there's a bit of a shakeout going on in the pulse chain right now. We're maybe starting some of the things you're talking about in the macro market just early on pulse chain. What do you think, SOMMI, with the sacrifice? What's the intent?
Really quick,
what's going to happen next?
Got a super chat from Crypto Wash. Crypto Wash, so sorry I missed you a little while ago. I hope you're still out there. I'm going to read your super chat now. He says, this obviously hits home to you. Thanks for being here for us. I think he sent that when I was reading the guy who was talking about the suicide thing and finding Jesus and stuff. And yeah, that really hit home in a lot of ways. That was very difficult. I didn't know what that tweet was in there. I wasn't ready for that. So, but thank you out there, and I really appreciate that super chat. It really did hit home. And yeah, if anybody is out there and you're in pain, reach out to anybody. Reach out to me. I don't care who you got to reach out to. Just reach out to somebody. Suicide should not be an option. Just reach out to anybody, man. Reach out to me. All right.
It is painful as well, man. We're like, I hate to say it, guys, but we're all trapped. Like, not by impulse chain. Like, dude, if the candle's red, I feel like shit. I'm totally in sync with you. Yeah. We're totally in sync. And then what do people say? Oh, lower your risk. And like, bro, do you understand the only way people actually escape poverty is when they concentrate wealth, not diversify? So like this is the game, man. It is tough. That's why like I'll never disregard any of that. I feel it every day, man. I feel it. Down, up, down, up, down, up. We're literally just freaking dopamine monkeys. I wish it wasn't like that. And, we keep saying, it's going to get better, but then like you get black swan on a PMI event going this bad for this long. Yeah. I wish we had answers. We just don't know. But yeah, it always is darkest before dawn. It really is. It's just good. We are also, though, we know. We're the boys who cried wolf, man. We've been saying this for 24 months. Like I remember, I think I made a video a year and a half ago. Someone said to me, SOMMI, how can all of this plan go wrong? And I said, well, if this PMI literally doesn't recover for like 3 years, and now here we are. Yeah. They gave us a Trump victory. We got rid of Joe Biden. We got rid of like, the genital choppers and stuff and the hormone blockers. Trump comes in. They start cutting rates. I just don't know, God. I just don't know. I really don't know. I pray to God it's just interest rates. I really pray they're just too tight. That's why I really, really, really do. I really do pray, friends. But I want you to know, like, even though it's bad, we don't click sell. That's what we got to tell for new people as well, because they go, oh, if you don't know what's going on, that means you're out. That means we sell. No, dude, no. Okay, that's how con men get you to buy their services, dude. They go, oh, come trade with me. I know what to do. Up and down, up and down. Dude, their shit doesn't work, dude. Okay, their stuff doesn't work. Okay, they're all indicators are always a function of past price. It doesn't work, dude.
Yeah,
So you're going
yeah.
to say something, Mr. St. Wolf?
No, I think people really attach their hopes and dreams to this as a way to transform their lives and to get a chance. And
yeah, but you know as well, we got to say, what pisses me off, sir, are those cucks, those scum who go on like Twitter and YouTube and try to make people feel guilty. Like, you thought you could retire in 5 years? Can these soy boys sit down for 5 seconds? Bro, do you understand? You're only here because Bitcoin went up 100,000x. You hypocrite. Do you understand? The only reason you're literally even talking to us is because Bitcoin used to be $1 and now it's 100,000. Ethereum did a 4,500x return in its first cycle. XRP did 650x return in 1 year. Doge did 220x just because Elon liked it. You understand? Like, this whole industry is full of miracles, and it just baffles me. And by the way, it's funny. These people didn't even have to wait long. We've been waiting way longer than them. Okay, so that's why it baffles me. Someone comes out, but you know why, friends? I'll tell you why. Because they've sold, bro. They've sold. That's why. They're not smart. They've sold. They have a bag bias too. They're in stable coins. That's why they say, ha ha ha. You all thought you were going to get rich. How greedy of you, bro. We've been waiting 5 years. What are you talking about? You understand? Like, people made millions in dog shit holding like 18 months. We've been waiting 5 years. So don't let anybody put pressure on you like you've done something wrong. Guys, no matter how you spin it, okay? Like, they're having an argument against that. Yeah, people have bought way worse coins with way worse fundamentals when the crypto industry literally is just on a pile of sand without the president's approval, and they still got like a fluke shot. Okay, so, and here we are surviving. You know what I mean? There was no conferences for stuff. You know, there's none of these. So, yeah, but that's why it is hard. That's why I find stuff. I'm like, okay, bro, something's going on. What is it? That's why I look at the business cycle.
Yeah.
I go, okay, yeah, either this Ponzi, it's the first tulip mania in history that inflates and deflates 3 times, and we just caught it on the 4th wave and it's going to 0. Or there's something else at play. You know, all those people who've sold, friends, they're saying, oh yeah, this thing that went up and then down 90%, which is the whole crypto industry, it's tulip mania, but it went up 3 times and you're just unlucky. It's the 4th one. It's actually worth 0. It just accidentally went up. I don't buy that, dude. I don't buy that at all. I think there's valuations and Metcalfe's law and stuff that just they don't understand.
Yeah. Adoption's here, man. It's big. So you guys got to hang on tight. And I know that some of you guys have attached your hopes and dreams to this, but this is money, and your hopes and dreams can be much bigger than this. And just because this didn't work out doesn't mean your hopes and dreams can't work out. And this story is not over yet. So sometimes a lot of this is just being able to stick it out. I mean, the best traders in the world, doesn't matter what book you read, they talk about just having to sit around and wait is just the thing you got to learn to do if you want to be successful in this game. And right now, you can look at the BMI chart, clearly tells you you're going to be sitting around and waiting, and that's what's been happening. So just hold on, you know what I mean? And once again, if you need to talk to somebody, fucking call me. Call anybody, okay? I've got Instagram, this, that, Telegram, easy to get a hold of. Whatever you got to do, man. But there's a lot to live for. So thank you, Crypto Wash. You're absolutely amazing. We do have some more super chats, but I did interrupt fast. You had a question that you were posing to SOMMI, and then we'll go back and take some of those super chats. So BB, I see you out there. I'm going to get to that as soon as we do this question.
So I think we're talking about ProveX, you know, more about what's going on, right? So
what the hell is going on?
What's going on?
If guys, you think about if Pulse was 10x higher than now, I'm just being completely unbiased. If it was 10x higher than now, what would we be saying? We would be saying, wow, great product market fit, privacy, maybe there's going to be a future wallet and then this integrates with it. Kind of like how Apple give you the music, give you the apps, give you everything, and it's vertical integration with all their products. It could be that. So that's a crazy part, friends. In crypto, a lot of this stuff, it's hard to separate, but it is true, man. If you were just 10x richer, you'd think totally different, but you're not. That's it. So they use you. It's really hard, but you have to think that way. You go, oh, if the price is up, this is amazing. If the price is down, this is dog shit. But we know there's something wrong with
10x
that
up
picture.
that sacrifice would be hopping, right? Like people would be FOMOing in millions of dollars if we had a 10x from this point, which isn't even that hot. That's like, we're talking like less than a 3x on sac price kind of thing. People would be FOMOing into the sacrifice. And Richard knows that.
Yeah.
But he didn't include core tokens on purpose. Why do you think he didn't include the core tokens?
That's a very good question. So this is what is confusing, because on one hand,
Sorry, I'm gonna
he's
take
given a
3
bigger
minutes.
whale bonus. Yeah. 3x whale bonus, which is strange
Bigger
because
than
that was
last time.
because the
Last time
criticism
was 2.5.
exactly the criticism was that was too high because people could
yeah.
sell at 50% below sack price and still be on side.
Yep.
For example, Rector Michelle puts in 20 million but gets 50 million worth of coins. So if he sells at 50% below sack price, he put in 20 million but gets out 25.
Exactly.
And then
Yeah,
the
he's still
bonus
in
was
profit.
raised. Exactly. Yeah, we have that as well. On the other
That was
hand,
the biggest criticism, was that. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. On the other hand, is this just all part of the play? But then it makes no sense. It's kind of like, this is not how you raise the most amount of money. Where's the string?
And he must know that too, right? So like he's intentionally doing a crappy job on the sacrifice.
Yeah.
And the only reason that I can think of is like so that there's a lower market cap on the ProveX when it launches, being one potential reason. And the other reason is so that it doesn't so that people don't participate with their core tokens, which to me he's kind of said don't sell at a loss recently. He's quoting somebody else, but that's what the tweet said. So I think it's like, Hexicans, this is not for you. As far as
He wants
pumping
new
the chain,
people.
yeah, new people. And if you want to pump Pulse Chain, you can't pump Pulse Chain with Pulse Chain tokens. You need other people's tokens. And this sacrifice only accepts other people's tokens. I'm curious to see if there's a funnel there.
Yeah, there's. Here's the thing. To be completely unbiased, this is the thing, man. I know how absurd this sounds. You go, okay, well, everyone's down after 4.5 years, but what I'm about to say, it is technically true. Okay, anybody who puts money into ProveX right now, man, you're a believer, dude. Because like everyone's poor. There's no track record. The guy's not even streaming. It looks like a scam. Guys, Ivan on Tech. Ivan has never mentioned Pulse Chain or Hex in his thumbnail title. And he's been making videos for 5 years, dude. Yesterday's video
and
was...
he pokes us every day, but he still never puts it in
Yes,
the title.
and yesterday's video was a freaking X. An X saying, rest in peace, Pulse Chain. So I'm just showing you, technically it's bottom signal stuff, but also we are boy who cried wolf. You know what I mean? So that's why we just... It goes on both ends, but
it's all very predictable. And like Richard's pretty sharp. I'm sure he predicted this right down to Ivan on Tech, calling out a scam, right? So like, what's his plan? Why would he do that? If his plan was to get as much money as possible to, ride off into the sunset, this would not be the plan. There's a different plan.
Exactly. Yeah. There could be something we don't know. Like, he's planning to release the token before the end of the cycle. That could be the plan.
He did a tweet saying it's cool that tokens can be launched before the protocol is live. Now that was on November 10th. It was prior to us having this much information. And that's just me paraphrasing, but like he specifically quoted that like tokens could be launched before a protocol, which is 100% technically feasible. So him saying that very specific thing implies to me that this token is going to come out probably right after that sacrifice is over, even if the protocol is not live. So it will effectively be a meme coin. I'm doing a very similar thing myself. Richard kind of stole my idea, but he may do it better. So it's like, yeah, there could be day one of the sacrifice being over, the ProveX token could be live on the blockchain.
Yeah. So if he's thrown, so just for everyone to know, Richard Hart's actions now, they are not Richard Hart style. Richard Hart's style is take your money, raise the most amount of money, and then wait the longest period of time and then launch it, and then everybody sells the bottom, and then we do the scoop. That what he's doing with ProveX, it's implying that won't be it. Okay, it's implying.
Yep.
That's why we don't know, guys. We're just speculating, but it's almost implying, you're right, sir, the token might come out earlier than people think, and because it's only super poor, strong hands who are taking a massive risk, it's like destined to not have sell pressure on the way up. But obviously, we just got to be mindful as well. It sucks because there's always new shiny object syndrome. Is it a reload scam?
100%.
You're diluting the community again. That's what everyone's always thinking about. Like, bro, can we like stop making new tokens? Can we like worry about the other ones? There's that part as well. The thing is, it's hard when you don't have a roadmap to know exactly what's going on. But
almost nothing. The other side of that is that people move to that shiny object. They get rid of the thing that they've been holding with great faith for like 4 years, Pulse Hex, Pulse X, etc. And they move into the new shiny thing. And then that becomes the opportune time for him, math-wise, to pump the chain. When it maybe hits like lower numbers and there's less holders, much easier for him to control those tokens when we sell down the chart. So I feel like this was a controlled shakeout. It's at least part of the plan, because there's zero way he didn't understand exactly how we'd react. He did that Band-Aid post, right? Like he knew we would do this. He knew there'd be a 20% plus dip, which may or may not be over. That's hard to say. But like, yeah, it's all very predictable to me, meaning to him, it was probably clear as day. And he knew it like before he put the first sentence, onto X, he knew exactly what would happen. So, if you believe he's a beneficial player, then you can say, okay, there's some plan here I should look into. If you think he's evil, but you still think he's smart, like how would you justify, why did he not do a better job getting money? Because he totally could have. He has before.
Yeah. Yeah. And another thing I just want to throw to people's, just something I was thinking about, because this is what I've noticed, okay? We keep saying shakeout. But what I've noticed is, man, there's no blood left out of his bone. Like the shakes, there's nothing left. But also, maybe he can just see some wallets. One, maybe he sees, whenever there's a shakeout, these guys get rid of like 3% of their supply. Do you know what I mean? Like he could be seeing these incremental stuff. So
yeah,
maybe he's saying, every time there's a shakeout, these guys like chip away 3%. So maybe he knows.
This could be targeted too, right?
Yeah,
like there's
exactly,
a 3x whale bonus. He might be going after like these 6 wallets are the ones that I want to sell and go into the ProveX sacrifice.
Yeah. And he might also watch them over the past 12 months, and he goes, every time there's an event, these guys get rid of like 3%. So if I estimate 10 shakeouts, these guys chip. Maybe he's looking at that, and we can't see it because we're just seeing like, oh my gosh, another 10% down. That could be it as well. But then, obviously people who are new might say, why doesn't he just tell us? And you go, dude, okay, why don't police officers just go and tell the criminals, hey, we're going to be patrolling this area on Friday night. So if you're going to deal your drugs, can you come deal? It doesn't work like that, guys. It's game theory, okay? Which complicates stuff even more. But also, I think it's important for everyone to know as well. New people, remember friends, the cycle rules all. We're all in this together. Every coin, every altcoin, every crypto. It's not Richard pushing a button and he's like, up and down, up and down. You think about it like there's a convenience store, and they close at midnight for 3 hours. And while the convenience store is closed, the janitor comes out and he sweeps the floors. Just so happens with the crypto cycle, the convenience store's not shut down for 3 hours. Okay. We thought it's going to turn on. It's been more like freaking 3 days. Okay. So you're just watching Richard sweep the floors. So people think it's him causing it. They think, you're the one ruining everything. No, dude. He didn't ask for a PMI 48 environment, okay? Actually, if you look at the timing, he was probably thinking we're going to be way better by now. You know what I mean? Maybe he was always planning this ProveX sacrifice. Maybe he was hoping it'd be a PMI 60 environment. It was last time. So that's another thing as well you got to remember, okay?
So
if you're watching someone react to the cycle and just continue rinsing or washing or behaving, it's not him causing it. It's just what he does while the lights are off. It's just been going on for such a long time. So that's what I mean. I pray one day in these next few months, the PMI kicks up, and then you literally, it's just, he streams like everything's different again. And I'm saying, I told you, it was just, you were watching someone just sweep the floors, man, for a very, very, very long time. Because he's not thinking how you think. How do most people think? They go, oh, go up 10x so I can click sell and I can leave. He's not thinking like that, man. How he's thinking about it is he goes, okay, well, if I want to flip Solana, how much liquidity do I need? How many whales do I need out? He's calculated it. Do you know what I mean? He's like, okay, so I have to meticulously, strategically, like a surgeon, chip away. You know what I mean? Like it all compounds. It's almost like you has extreme attention to detail because he has a final goal. And then, but people obviously, we can't see that. Most people can't see that because your empathy's too high. Because you're just like, you're a droplet in the ocean and you're like, oh, but I feel shit today. I feel shit too, dude. But, you know, when, like I use the example as well, like, you know, think about a famous sports star. There's Lionel Messi. There's Cristiano Ronaldo, right? When they look at their trophy cabinets, they don't say, oh man, when I was 13 years old, I missed my father's birthday lunch. You know, he's my father. He doesn't give a shit about that. He doesn't remember that. He just thinks about, oh yeah, remember those like 7 goals I scored to win for the country? So they're not wired like us, friends. They have a goal. It's just they're wired differently, man, and that's it. And that's why they are where they are, and we're here. That's why Elon, for example, why didn't Elon retire after PayPal when he had like 100 million? Why did he try to become a billionaire? He's now trying to become a trillionaire. He's got 480 billion. Why not stop? You see, they're just wired differently, friends. That's why I'm just telling you, Richard obviously is wired differently. Okay, why didn't he just like stop after heck? So I'm throwing this stuff your way. Remember, it could also be cope and hope. It could as well. But I'm also just helping you see there is a different game being played. And look, a lot of people ask me as well, right? Sommi, what would actually make you go, all right, we're actually cooked? PMI 55, ETH BTC's back to 0.07, and we're still dog shit. That's I'll be like, okay, we lose. We actually lost. Because people are speculating on the future. They have money in their pocket. They're buying stuff in the economy. They're not worried about stuff. And we're still down. We lose. That would be
interesting. You didn't use prices as an indicator. You're using, you know, like other indicators and ratios or what you consider wrecked.
That's right. Like, so yeah, if we see that people out there in the economy are generally optimistic about the future by how they spend, right? Because altcoins are actually correlated to that, and they're still not buying us, we lose. That's how we lose, you know? Like there were losers of 2021 cycle. There were coins that just never went up. For example, John McAfee's Sky coin. Literally, Sky coin. Remember one of the coins he shielded? I wasn't around, but like that never caught a bid. So if you're holding Sky coin, guess what, man? The PMI hit 60 and people bought $400,000 JPEGs. And Skycoin couldn't go up much from the low. You see what I mean? But that's why we're trying to tell everyone as well, like, if the PMI is that high and we have all our voices and we make conferences and we have Twitter engagement and YouTube engagement and there's tattoos, what are the chances of that happening? You know, that's what we lean on as well. But you never say never, you know, but I'm just saying, like, what if we just have like the most zero product market fit in the world? But I'm hoping everyone's sitting at home, they're like, wow, man, everyone's like questioning reality. This is like bottom signal stuff. Because we are questioning reality. Well, aren't we, friends? We're like literally going like, what if like we're the idiots in the room? Everyone else is a genius, you know? But that's you don't hear that at tops, dude. You hear that at bottoms. Okay?
Yep.
What did we hear at tops, friends, in 2021? What we heard at tops was, if you don't buy this thing, your generations are going to be poor because of you. That's what we heard, man. They said, if you don't buy this pudgy penguin, bro, your grandkids are going to grow up poor and you have to grow your own potato farm. And we're laughing now, but that's literally what everyone was talking like in 2021. Like, you got to buy the dip, bro. It's going to cool off for the next rally. It's your last chance. No one's saying that now. In fact, what everyone's saying, they're saying this is your last chance to sell because of the 4-year cycle. Next year's a recession, and it's all over. So, you have to wrestle all of those together, friends. We put them all together. We're all on the same team.
Hex Monkey says, I'm sacrificing my last $10 to you guys instead of RH. Spend wisely. Great stream, gents. Thanks, Hex Monkey. Appreciate that. And also, Vidian, shout out to my friend SOMMI. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Really appreciate that. And we have another super chat in from BB a little while ago. Sorry for the delay, buddy. He's asking about PMI. He said, Wolf, a few weeks ago, you said following PMI can get you wrecked. Can you please debate this with SOMMI? Well, we're not going to spend that much time on it because I think it's more, it's very simple. Everything he's saying is correct about the PMI. But what I was saying when I was talking about it is you don't need to acknowledge that to make money, okay? Bitcoin has done an 8x. Solana has done almost a 30x. BNB is up. A ton of projects are up. Look at the equity markets. I mean, I'm sorry, like it has nothing to do with anything, okay? NVIDIA, Meta, I mean, you can just name it one after another, Tesla, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. None of which had any effect of that PMI cycle. Now, will it go up again when the PMI cycle goes up? Of course. That means there's more M2V, which is velocity of money in the hands of the consumer, okay? PMI is when it's up, everyone's washed with liquidity. It's very easy to get capital everywhere. And so, of course, everything's going to be up even more. But if you're using that as something to temper you, then you're going to miss. It's about positioning. And there's a lot of things that have been up massively, regardless of PMI. So that's all the point I was making. Now, of course, when PMI is up, everything's better. Then anybody can make money, even your taxi driver. But your job, here is to make money anytime, That's all it's
with the PMI, so everyone knows, friends. Remember, the PMI, it's a survey, and by the way, it's backwards looking by 30 days.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can't follow the PMI. Okay. No. The PMI just tells you what happened 30 days ago. Okay. Obviously, we've been below 50.
Yeah, it's been
below 50 just means
the lowest
on
it's
average,
been for the longest it's ever been.
That's right. Yeah. It just tells you the average person in the economy is spinning their wheels.
Yeah.
Okay. So what makes Bitcoin special is even with a low PMI, it can actually go up in a bear market. That's actually what makes it special as well. Okay. But we already know that. Okay. So that's why we just use the PMI is you want to actually know, right? Like, here's the thing, what you actually know, friends. Like, even listen to Warren Buffett. The most common question Warren Buffett would get in the past 50 years is, hey, bro, when do you sell? When do you sell? And he's like, I can't give you a formula. He's like, is it 2x above your cash flow? He goes, there's no formula. He goes, I don't even sell at fair value. I sell when I think it's expensive. Okay. So I want you to think about that. So Warren Buffett, he doesn't sell at fair value. If Coca-Cola, let's say Coca-Cola is $60, if he thinks it's really worth 80 and it gets there, he doesn't actually sell. He sells, basically, he doesn't use the word euphoria, but he sells when he's like, oh, wow, people are really excited about this. Okay, that's when he actually sells. The PMI, it's like a reading of the whole economy. Now, what we actually know with the correlations is altcoins correlate with the PMI. The whole index, but it's an index, bro. It's others BTC. That's everything outside of the top 10. So there's going to be a cherry-picked coin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which are great. And there's coins that even if the PMI is up, just never ever work. But see, so this is the thing as well. This is why everyone gets confused in markets. So people think if you're good at markets, you know what's coming next year. Totally wrong. Okay? If that was true, every economist would be a billionaire. Because guess what? Economists, they can tell you every data print, the economy is going to start slowing down. Guess what? Stocks will go up because they're trading off future expectations, okay? So this way it's tricky, right? So you're like, wait a minute. So you're telling me, how am I meant to invest when You don't know what's coming next year. You don't sell at fair value. Well, what the hell do you do? Well, that's why I'm just telling you how people succeeded in the past. The most. They're not trading. That's bullshit. What they're doing is, if, say, the PMI is low on average, okay? I'll just give you an example. They're not using the PMI, but if it's low, it's telling you the general level of valuations you see are depressed. It means a shoe shine kid doesn't care about stocks or your altcoins. That is a buying or holding environment. It's good for buying, bad for selling, okay? And if we invert it, if the PMI is really high or it's accelerating on the upside, okay, it doesn't tell you anything specifically about your coin, one coin, but it just tells you, hey, man, there's a lot of people out here. They're only here because they really think the next 2 or 3 years are going to be great. That's how they're acting. So you just will be looking at price levels with a bit of a bias to be like, I wonder if these people really believe, or they're just here because they think things are going to get really good in the next year or two. Okay, that's how you should be approaching these out here. And if you go back over time, okay, PMI below 50, guess what? Stocks are cheap. Crypto's cheap. It was always a buy and hold environment. Okay, and then when they accelerate, when the PMI accelerates 52 to 55, silly stuff happens. Okay, it's just the timing of it. No one knows the timing. It's just this. That's all we're just trying to say. The silly stuff hasn't happened. There's always ways to make money. Of course there is. But I'm talking for everyone out here, man, because you can cherry pick everything, friends. Literally anything. Okay, so I think that's a better way to look at all of these. Because remember, man, in this game, friends, remember, if you don't know what happens next year, and you know who makes the most money, investors long term. Okay, doesn't that mean the most critical, life-changing information you can rely on is like a long-term indicator? Yeah. I always wondered that. Like, hey, man, how come these guys never sell? That's what Warren Buffett's most common question, dude. Bro, you're holding for 15 years. When are you going to sell? He goes, when it's expensive. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do, friends, on average. Remember, this is what we're trying to do that on average. That's why, like, when you go back to 2021, you know, no one was thinking this at the time, but remember that guy sold his kidney to buy a JPEG, $400,000 monkey JPEG, right? That's PMI 60 environment, bro. You know what I mean? You sold your kidney. Okay, we're not seeing that now.
No, we're not.
Okay?
We're not in that environment. No, we're not. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
But that shouldn't
and
be,
that's what
that shouldn't
traders.
be the condition that makes Paul Shane successful, right? Like.
Good question. Yeah, here's the unfortunate thing, friends. That's why I use Ethereum as the example. Okay, Ethereum has 50,000 things that says on paper, guess what? Even if the PMI is low, you should be strong. And this is what confused everybody. Ethereum was strong in our bear market 2022. And then it was weak in the bull market. Just flipped everything. Okay, so that's why we're thinking. Okay, we're just early to the industry, guys. That's what it is.
We're still early.
We are actually
we're
early because no one knows. No one believes in these network effects.
Right.
Right now, what's the correlation? People feel bad. PMI is low. Sell everything. People's good. People feel good. PMI goes up. People buy stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
There's only one thing in crypto that holds a bid in the bear market. Bitcoin. We thought by now in the fourth cycle, the market would start to be like, you know what? These things aren't going away. But guess what? They haven't, bro. They haven't. So this is where we are right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's not. What can we do? Right. What can we do? Like, so you already know this information. Maybe in the next cycle you think differently. Right. That's portfolio decisions. That's why we're saying if the shoe shine kid is telling you, hey, bro, I'm going to start up an AI company in my garage. Maybe you think, hey, man, maybe I have Bitcoin and stable coins, for example. Okay, but that's totally different environment. Okay, so I think that's for portfolio decisions in the future. But to look backwards, that's actually how we got to where we are right now. That's why no one knows that secret sauce.
And in all fairness to Richard Hart, I think he's in a situation where everything you see that's been built, whether you like it or not, I think he had planned many years in advance. I think he had a vision for this, and he's been implementing it and deploying it. And it's one of those situations where what he's created isn't going to make sense to everybody until the catalysts really hit the market that demand privacy, that might demand faster, cheaper, that might demand something outside of the control of the elites or what have you, right? So he's built this thing, and maybe the catalysts aren't there because he built it early. But it's just like building a boat if you know a flood's coming. You can't be 3 months late. You can be 3 years early and have the boat ready, okay? But you can't be even 3 days late. Does that make sense? And I think this is a situation where we don't understand this time horizon, and it could just be a few more months or a few more. I don't know what it's going to be, but he had to be early. You can't build this thing after the catalysts are there. Once the flood comes, boat's not going to, you're done, man. You're going to have to build it way ahead of time. And that's what happened, and that's a lot of what you're feeling right now. So in all due credit to him, he had the vision, he had the foresight, and he's just early. He's just really early right now, and we're kind of there with it for the ride. And you got to see it through.
Funny, so you say that. You know, Ethereum, they get the same criticism, the exact same thing. Because what did Ethereum guys do, friends? The PMI was so low, but Ethereum focused on supplying block space with their layer 2s. Okay, so Richard Hart and the Ethereum guys, they planned for the same assumptions, and they both kind of got cucked. They're like, hey, you know, when demand drops, it's about 12 to 18 months, and then we just kick up again, right? So that's why Ethereum focused on layer 2 supply block space, because they go, well, when the demand comes in, there's going to be a tidal wave.
Yeah.
And we want every company in the world to be able to just like bootstrap their company and like launch a layer 2 and cook up to Ethereum. But the PMI is still low, man. 36 months. Do you see what I mean? So it's exactly, bro, that life raft. They built the life raft. They go, bro, tsunami's coming in 3 months. And in 3 years, it still hasn't come. But what if the tsunami did come? You don't know. You know what I mean? We just don't know that. So I want everyone to know everybody's in the same camp. However, when you start becoming a professional cherry picker, you can paint anything. What's everyone say? Soilana. Okay, literally, every day, the Sol ETH ratio has been bleeding, by the way. They got chosen. They have an ETF now. It's still going down. Okay, so the market already priced it in. But you're not going to hear that from the mainstream KOLs. Why? Because they want to sell it at $500 and they're all bag holding. So everything they criticize Ethereum people for and Pulse Chain people for, they're just living it in real time as well, guys. So it's literally just happening all over again. So this is what I hope everyone now, you can see the scope of what everyone's doing. But you can learn from that. You go, well, you know, if the demand hasn't come in, are you like totally wrong? That's why, man, every day on my channel, guys, a stablecoin super cycle. Japan, stablecoin. The euro, stablecoin. Tokenizing real world assets. Like they're still all coming in. They're still all coming in. So like, what's it going to take? That's why, like, you know, everything points to like one thing, man. And I hate to say it. It's like the conspiracies are true. It's kind of like, wait, the big guys are setting up and they're like waiting for this tidal wave. And you know, the retailers who lined up to buy gold, well, they're going to come buy the top of all this crypto stuff. I hate to say that, but it just doesn't it look like that, bro? It looks like it's just setting all that up. The Chinese exchange cabal liquidate everyone. Wall Street's buying in the background. Don't you think that's weird? They're still buying in the background. You have tokenization of real world assets, the stable coins, Visa, MasterCard. And you're like, where's retail? Where's retail? Well, but look, if we just go back to the past 100 years of stocks, what that actually means is they're just loading up, bro. They're still loading up. That's where retail is. It's just not ready, right? And then look, it depends how you view life, guys. Like glass half empty or full. Did you ever think you'd see gold at 30 trillion and retail lining up, bro? They're like, I'm about to get rich with gold. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of a sign from the universe.
My grandfather would have fell over if he was still alive and I told him gold was $4,000. All right, he actually gave me like a gold bar when I was quite young. I still have it, and but yeah, I think it was worth $250 at the time or something. You know,
Yeah.
I was 12 years old. So it's like, you know, I still have that in a drawer, and like I thought about it because I was like, now it's $4,000 now. It doesn't even seem real. But that's an example of the market going crazy. When Warren Buffett would have sold if he was in gold is probably when he saw those lineups, I imagine, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So, this is something, another universal message, sign from the cosmos. There are a couple of KOLs. They're very bearish whenever there's euphoria, like like Crypto Face, Market Sniper, a couple of those dudes. Whenever we go down, they're like, I told you. I watch them, bro. I noticed, when gold was on that weekend top, like they were standing out. They're like, no. None of you are allowed to call the top on this. Central banks are buying. Bro, it was literally the top to the day.
They bought into the
I
narrative.
watched it. I watched it. I'm glad I watched it, because you question stuff. You go, hey man, are we just all a bunch of nutcases? But you realize, guys, everyone fits in like this personality category stuff. Everyone's got their own thing that they love, that they like tilt towards. Everyone's biased somewhere. Crypto stocks, gold, silver, even US dollars if you're a total bear. There's a narrative for everyone, bro. And the gold one, they just put the perfect narrative. They said, oh, the central banks are buying. I was watching that. I'm like, oh, man. Think about this, friends. How hard would it be to sell crypto if you literally watched on the TV the new Fed chairman that Trump installs says, we're going to print money and we're going to buy Bitcoin? Imagine he said that, man. Just imagine how hard it would be to click sell. Well, that's what they felt with gold. But that was the top. But retail were lured in. We didn't see that. Yeah. We have not seen that. So it's a believer cycle, bro. Like, do you think once again, like, do you think retail has beaten Wall Street here? Or do you think Wall Street's still loading up? Obviously, we're still long.
Yeah.
We still think Wall Street's loading up.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, I think maybe you guys think too, but I just
at all. Zero for you.
Everybody out there, smash the like button. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. You guys are absolutely amazing. Everybody out there listening, and subscribe to the channel. We're at St. Wolf Vision on Telegram, and of course, a lot of alpha. The real alpha is going to be on Instagram, Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. So remember to go to Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. And, of course, we got Fast Abdul and your friend SOMMI. I know everyone's already subscribed to both these gentlemen. So really appreciate you guys out there, and appreciate to everybody for all those super chats. You guys are amazing. I do think that there is incredible upside coming for these markets. I really do. I really think it's going to be really amazing, and it could be coming. It could be coming very close. I'm very positive, actually, that we're going to end the year in the green. I really think December is going to be green. We're going to get a holiday. We may even start into Thanksgiving with green, to be totally honest. I'm
going to ask you, sir, are you going to talk about, I want to ask you all this, because are you guys going to talk about crypto at Christmas at the end of the year? Because like I don't want to hear that word. I'm hoping it's a bottom signal.
Yeah, I don't talk about crypto.
Guys, the tops of crypto is literally what happens is everybody comes in Christmas dinner at the end of the year, and then their friends and family, they sit on it for 2 to 3 weeks, and then they throw their final dollars in, and that's the end. But this Christmas, bro, I don't want to talk about it. What about you guys? Do you feel like you're like, nah? What are you thinking?
I'm not going to bring it up at the dinner table at all if I can avoid it. It's just it's not the time to get have family discussing those things. So yeah, I'm not gonna push anybody on it. I don't think for Pulse Chain the top is in, but it's always dicey with anything financial with family, and with my experience in crypto, I only have one family member that I've really pushed to, like, you can handle this. Most of them just couldn't. Like, it's too much.
This is I want to share something with you guys. Even in 2023, when crypto recovered and we had the Bitcoin ETF, we were talking about crypto in that Christmas dinner because the ETF's coming. And then Trump wins. last year, everyone was talking about it. This is the first time since 2022 no one wants to talk about it. That's why it's really weird, man. Like the price is kind of up for Bitcoin, but the sentiment is bear market. It's literally bear market, guys. We know this. No one wants to talk about this. This literally go all in moment. It's literally go all in. We all know it as well. No one wants to talk about it. Everybody's too shit scared. Like imagine you talk about crypto December and then, oh yeah, January Bitcoin breaks below 100K and like it's another year, you know? Mr. Sainwolf, what do you think, sir? What are you feeling?
I think 2026 is going to be the year.
Would you talk about crypto at the end of December at family barbecue, sir?
No,
oh, bro, you got to get in.
No, I said that no, I'm definitely not going to bring it up for sure.
It's like
definitely.
It's like we've made our own RSI 1 level indicator, a 1 out of 100. Like we're asking around, does anybody want to recommend crypto to any family member? No. But we know what that means, right? But we're still mentally too scarred. We're still.
Yep.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, just imagine things go ballistic on Thanksgiving, which is what I had, like my fantasy drawing was Pulse. Obviously, you guys have seen this chart forever. These things don't move. So I've had this blue line going straight vertical Thanksgiving weekend, November 25th, just straight up into the sky. So, I mean, let's say this happened, okay? That would also mean ETH is rocketing straight up and everything's going ballistic. Would I bring up crypto in December? Maybe it gets brought up at that point, I suppose, right? I mean, if this is going vertical, then how could you not bring it up, right? I mean, yeah. It's a funny thing, right? You don't want to bring it up when it's down, but it's an up. All of a sudden we're
even if we
geniuses.
are going up,
we're geniuses.
Yeah, man. It's like I hope in a year we think about this stream and we're like, man, we literally figured out we were the bottom signal, but we still. That's why, friends, you just don't. That's like it's. We know, man. Like the people who are saying to exit, what are they all telling us? Go and trade. Bro, what are you talking about? It's literally 1% success rate, bro. Like it's like literally.
I was selling that on a stream today. Get out of Pulse Chain and come take my course to become a trader, right?
Yeah, there is a lot of that going on.
It just
too,
seemed
right?
like such a terrible show.
We have a complete mix of bottom signals and top signals going on. That's fucking awesome. Nobody knows anything. It's amazing. It is a pretty crazy market, guys. Don't feel bad. Like it is extraordinarily irrational is the best word, really.
It is.
Yeah.
But that's why I lean on the giants of like Warren Buffett, guys. Warren Buffett, you go listen to all these YouTube videos where he's talking to a university lecture.
Yeah.
And there's always be like one kid, like the bit massive disco sideburns. And he's like, sir, what do you think the price of oil is going to do next year? And they always ask him that question. And his response is always like, just let me summarize, literally 50 years of Warren Buffett content. He's always like, baby, I got no idea where oil goes, where interest rates go, what the Fed's doing, what the economy's doing. I got no idea. I'm a coin flip. And I don't even think about it because I just buy good businesses. That's it. I don't think about anything else. And it's funny, even back then, he says, and every time I thought things were a bit too expensive, he goes, guess what? I was like wrong more than 50% of the time because the things will just keep going up anyway. I wonder if we're doing the same thing now. If people look back at us in the future and we're like, man, we didn't know the 4-year cycle was going to crush us at all, but we got conferences, we got communities, founders still here. We got a treasury sack. Right, I know it's Tornado Cash, but you have a community out here. You have bridges. You have all this stuff, right? And we're like, well, we just stayed. We didn't know what was going to happen next year. That's what I'm trying to do and lean on. The thing is, though, right? Like the correlation of the business, it's bone crushing. It's one thing to say that, but your downside's not, you're going to drop 50% for 12 months and come back like a stock. The downside is, bro, okay, it's been 4.75 years later. You know what I mean? Like so we understand it's completely different, but the upside's bigger too.
Don't spam the chat. All right. I don't care if you're negative or what do you feel. I get people got different feelings, but you spam the chat, we got to take you out. All right. So don't spam the chat. Just chill. And smash the like button.
Yeah. I get it, friends. We're all frustrated. Like, what can we actually do?
A lot of intensity right now.
Yeah.
A lot of
but
feelings
think
in
about your
the
actions.
world right now.
Okay, what are you going to do? Click sell, and then what? What are you going to sell into?
Yeah, bro, just
stable
sell.
coins.
Just sell, bro. What are you spamming the chat for? Just fucking sell.
Yeah. Oh, click sell. Go buy Bitcoin. Okay, but don't cry if Bitcoin dominance just goes down from here, and you're watching Michael Saylor threaten the candle of like, hey, maybe I have to sell some of this Bitcoin to close the. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no easy way out, bro.
Yeah.
It's funny. Everyone's like, oh, I should have bought AI, guys. You were telling us to buy AI, but they were making the hentai big Japanese girl boobies in 2023. That's what you were saying AI was, because Nvidia was expensive to you 2 years ago. It's only after it's gone up, everyone says, oh, I should have bought AI. And which AI, bro? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's hindsight, man. It's hindsight. That's why the biggest joke of all is the Zcash thing. Oh, privacy, such an obvious narrative.
Yeah.
Like, there's no easy way out, guys. There is no easy way out whatsoever.
Isaac, do push-ups. Push-ups is medicine. Dude, I have done, just today, I've done 120 push-ups, maybe more. I'm going to do 20 right now. It is the best medicine. It clears my mind. I'm going to do some right now.
Good for him. Yeah, the physical activity is good. I started going to jiu-jitsu again. It clears my mind.
Oh,
Hard to
man,
think
normie
about,
life is so good,
anything
friends.
else.
Oh, normie life is so good, guy. Like, it's just, you don't have to worry about any of this. There's nothing. It's just, what's on TV tonight? Which restaurant are we going to? Oh, look at the gym. They're playing my favorite song. It's such a nice life. And then we're like, we can't even possibly explain the complexities of what the hell we're looking at. Like, it's, it's a good life. But also, look at the upside, though. The normies, they're still going to be normies in 6 years with 100% certainty. It's just that we have a chance that Metcalfe's law keeps repeating and the economy kind of turns, and then people act how they act in the past, which is they speculate on the future as they're feeling more confident, which hopefully lands in our crypto communities, right? So that's where we land, man. Because normie life is good, but you'll always be a normie. You know what I mean? Like, there's no leaving. You can't escape. You're always going to be the rat in the race. The ladder, it's like that endless loop ladder. You're spinning your wheels. So they capitulate. That's why you hear stuff from people out there. They're like, oh, money isn't real. Or you hear words like that. Or like, oh, we're all dead one day anyway. You got to think, where's those voices coming from, man? It's people in the system. But then, like, that's why I speak to a lot of people all the time. I'm like, oh, we know how to beat the system. And they're like, yeah, why aren't you rich yet? That's, you know what I mean? So it's not easy. But then you got to tell them, bro.
Tough argument right now. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, if you wait for everyone to get rich, bro, you're buying the top. You're lining up with everybody to buy gold at the top. You understand? You got to get in when everyone's poor, when everyone's sad. And they're like, oh, that sounds stupid, but it doesn't feel good. And then we're all in the same camp, friends. We're all in the same camp.
Sommi, have you stopped by the prayer spaces?
Are they still having them, sir? I did not know
It's
they're
titled
still.
as that. Let's see what they're talking about. Chat, you guys okay?
They brought them back.
Say what? Chat.
They brought them back from the
They brought them back from Peter. Chat, I'm going to jump in this space. Hope you don't mind. In the meantime, smash the like button, everybody. Subscribe to the channel at Saint Wolf Vision on X and Mr. Saint Wolf on Instagram. So Mr. Saint Wolf on Instagram. Let's go see what these guys are doing. Wait.
I think the more undersubscribed this is, the more the token itself will perform after it launches.
Yeah, that's true. We were talking about that, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
100%.
And I also would say that if you look at what I would say the like cutting edges of
Yo, KR, your mic's unmuted, man.
Yeah, just feeding back a bit.
Well, I can't mute him, unfortunately.
What's this guy doing, bro?
He's going all the way.
So he's got the mouthwash out now.
Yo, bro, this guy's brushing his teeth, my guy.
He starts pissing next, dude. My money's on he goes pee after this.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah,
There
this is
so there was similar. I mean, is
not
it
what I
really
expected.
bad? Should
Guy's
we-
about to go. He's in the bathroom.
Yeah.
So he's got a fucking
KR,
mic on.
fuck. Yo, my bad, boys. Oh,
Yo, bro, you brushed
Yo.
your teeth. Good job, bro. Good job, man.
He's thorough.
And the mouthwash. That's crazy, man. Hella clean.
go on, Giga.
No, so there was recently a few projects that are using the same kind of like ZK prover stuff. It looks like in different capacities, like to do different things, like reputational kind of things. There's a few others, but what I'm trying to get at is I looked at funding for a couple of those, and it was like a couple million each, too. So, you know, in the past, what I guess I could say is like in the near past, what we've seen is only a couple $1 million being raised for these real technologies in the first place. So I do think that it's a much harder sell than selling like an L1, you know, or even a token, I guess. So, you know, you would expect it to raise much less, and you know, than you would for Pulse Chain in the first place. But yeah, I think you know, ultimately having less money sacrificed is better, especially because it means that I'd probably go in heavier at the end.
And it seems like a more fair launch. If you look at like other parts of the industry, they all have allocations and VCs, and you know, people hate on them for doing a sacrifice. But I'd prefer this over what the industry.
Yeah,
did.
man, this one's gonna be good, man. I
Mm-hmm.
hope the less the better, man. That means more for us, and I hope for him too.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I hope he puts in less also.
And we can use our coded language, and maybe it's just easier for people to understand if we start using the right
Bro.
terminology, which is that it's an ICO, right? So I think you know, I mean, it depends. You know, I know a lot of the community wants to stray away from like that language because of the legal, like possible legal, you know, issues. But I think that it also adds a lot of confusion within the community, and they don't really quite understand what's going on. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, he already got in trouble with it for the SEC, and they basically were like, yeah, we can't really do much about this. So I just like, it's an ICO, guys. And, you know, he's raising money, and the money that he's going to raise is going to be much less than he would have for a lot of other things. But it is technology, and it is something new, and it is something that's like in its infancy in a lot of ways. And it does have potential to be used broadly. But that's really on him to figure out how to, you know, as a company or organization or whatever his team is building, of actually getting that out in front of people, not, you know, a community's job, I guess, to shill a coin. Think of it like this is a much more I'm a builder, I'm trying to innovate approach, rather than what we've seen in the past, which was more I'm going to try to create clever pumpamentals, tokenomics, whatever, to try to incentivize these people to buy. This is much more, hey, here's some tech that's really useful. I hope that companies begin to integrate this into their systems, because it ultimately benefits everyone. And I mean, he tried to sell Pulse Chain that way, but like, come on, how many L1s are there and shit? Like, you know, it's a much harder sell to say that, like, that you're like launching this chain and saying like you're trying to save the world. You know, it's just like 99% of the time it's, come on, you know.
All right, we'll jump back to our stream, man.
But you,
Man, they are coping so hard.
What the fuck is going on in there, man? Oh. All right, chat. Thanks for hanging out. We're just seeing what they're up to.
Hey, everybody in chat. Is it just me or the Guys, just imagine like Ivan. He's like, okay, I've watched the SOMMI video. I see the value now.
Yeah.
And then like you listen to that for like 4 minutes. You're like,
man.
oh God.
Yeah. Jeez.
No, but look, guys. I want to tell you something. Okay.
Yeah.
Price is what you pay. Value is what you get. So when people look, once you start getting in the habit of changing your mind a lot,
yep,
and then you start selling stuff, we call it trading. It's like your bar of soap in the shower, right? Keeps dwindling. Once you start to see the chinks in the armor everywhere, nothing's perfect. Oh, the super trend's down here. Oh no, this guy's telling me to trade. Oh, privacy coins. Oh, this, oh that, oh, bear market, right? You got nothing left. Okay. But there's another element. What happens after that? People with like influence, YouTube viewers and subscribers and Twitter, they don't just shut their mouth. They get this confirmation, cognitive bias stuff. So what they start doing is they start saying, hey, you're only holding because you don't want to take a loss. You're coping. That's what they tell us.
Yeah.
They say, oh,
Yeah.
the only reason you don't want to get out is because you don't know how to take a loss. Subscribe to me. I'll teach you how to take a loss. But first, give me money. Have you noticed it always starts like that? But no, it's not that, bro. It's like, okay, look, if you think something's worth $100 and it's trading at 10, right? What that person will say is, hey, man, it's now trading at $3. You should click sell. But everyone's still saying like, no, bro, it was stupid at 10. It's even more stupid at 3. I'm going to keep holding. But then there's more brain manipulation stuff. They come out and they say, no. You thought it would get better by now, but it didn't. So you don't know what's going on. So subscribe to me, give me money, and I'll show you how to trade out. But no, bro, we know this is the game. That's why I show you the PMI and the business cycle stuff. I'm like, hey, man, I show you, hey, how bad can these things get? You want them to go good straight away. It can go bad. It can rain for 3 hours or it can rain for 3 days. Unfortunately, we got black swan, didn't we? Okay. So what I'm showing you, friends, is there's always someone on the other side. They're not in and they want you to join their side. They want you to say, hey, come with me. Come with me. And that's actually what tilts them the most is when I say, I don't know how it gets better. I don't know. I'm still holding. Click sell. Like they tilt. They literally tilt when you tell them, bro, click sell, stop being a little cry-fagging bitch and get out. Click out. We don't care. Okay? Their minds, their heads explode because they can't do it because the unknown kills them, bro. But what you don't know is, bro, the fact that there's an unknown question mark on how long it's going to take to recover, that's precisely what gets you rich in the first place. All right? Like when Ethereum used to be $1,400, then it went to $88. No one sold it at $88 because they wanted to. They sold it because they thought it was never going to recover for another 10 years, man. Same thing with Bitcoin. Same thing with everything else, right? People are selling all these coins because they don't think anything's good's going to happen next year, right? So you see what I mean, friends? So like once you dissect it, you realize they're just as much as full of shit as anybody else. It's just they clicked sell. They want you to click sell. But it's interesting, right? That's what, look, I'm telling you now, guys, like, you ever seen that? There's a WhatsApp emoji, the smiley face with the sweaty mark. There's a smiley face with a sweat. That's going to be their emoji next year if we go up. Because they've clicked sell. And now they're going to say, oh, I was actually bullish. I told you we were actually reversed. Okay. They don't have a plan either. Their plan is to be James Wynn and go, okay, I hope we crash much lower. Right? But I'm not trying to teach you like, hey, if you're going to make a decision, do it for yourself. I'm just telling you, everybody's biased, dude. Okay, because they say, oh, you're biased. You're holding this thing long. But that's like saying, oh, you give your mother a gift on Mother's Day. You're biased, dude. What about all the other mothers out there? Yeah, that's your mother. You see what I mean? Like it's just this concept of being biased and stuff. You're going to have to pick something, all right? That's why I want you guys to see this from the other perspective, okay? Because like bulls always look retarded, man. They always look retarded and stupid. We always look like we're so naive, man. Things are going to get bad. But that's how it's always looked like that, man. It really has, right? If you guys want to add anything, friends, like we just watched the prayer sigil. I love the cope where it was like raising a lot of money is good, But actually, now that we're not raising as much money, that's also good. So you can see why people are staying Cope, right? Oh gosh, like it's funny.
Fuck. Yeah, smash the like button, everybody. Welcome to the show. We see you guys out there. Hope you guys are having an awesome night. Or it's night for me. Maybe it's afternoon for you guys. Or morning. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram if you want to connect for real. And I'm going to drop real alpha in there as the market turns around. So you're going to want to be on Instagram, Mr. St. Wolf. I don't write that anywhere. You can see on top of the screen. I don't put it down. So only if you listen to this stream will you get that. So it's Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. And, of course, you should already be following your friend SOMMI and Fast Abdul, which I know you guys are.
Friends, I'm also noticing in the chat, man, and even in Twitter, a lot of us are saying, hey, just walk away from crypto, dude. Go to the gym, walk in the park, just do something else. Guys, this reminds me of that zombie virus, March 2020, man. It really does.
Right now, that reminds you of that?
It does, bro, because everyone was like, hey, however long it's going to take to fix, it ain't happening soon. Just walk away. Just walk away, bro. It's so messy. I was here, man. I was literally here. Yeah, it's.
I guess so. Yeah, it was a little bit. It was kind of depressing.
But even I could see it in the chat, bro. We're all saying the same stuff. Dude, don't look. Just walk away, bro. Take the longest holiday you can possibly imagine. Yeah, and we know what that means, bro. That means go all in. But no one says go all in because they're like, no, dude, just literally just walk away. Just really walk away. And I guarantee, by the way, everyone out here would feel so much more comfortable buying Bitcoin at 130 than they are right now if you could just touch Bitcoin. Because everyone's like, no, man. I want to buy a new high. I want to confirm it's still on. So we're all like in that same bottom signal-ish vibe stuff, you know? Yeah, we also got comments as well. I want to read from, I can't see the username probably. Holding 3 years. The risk of the ratio is so high, selling at these prices. Not selling, but Bitcoin is bearish. I am short. Good luck, sir. It's just good luck. I'm just like, you're short with jams win. You know what I mean? You're short with jams win. Like yeah, man, we always come back to the same conclusions. It's the same. We want answers. No one's going to give it. You know, we turn, hey, Tom Lee, raise your target. What can we do? We come back to the same place, man. That's why I share stuff with you guys.
What do you think of
Warren
Tom Lee?
Buffett stuff.
You believe it? You believe what he's talking about? You think he's on the right side of the trade?
The hard part with Tom Lee, sir, is he's bullish all the time.
Yeah.
But they only put him on TV when the crowd's like, oh my gosh, it's going up. And that's like the tail end. But he also says, he goes, guys, I get criticized for being bullish all the time, but none of you cover me when we're actually down. I'm the retardio. It's just you guys always bring me out at the very ends of stuff. Yeah, but friends, we got no one to lean on, bro. We got no one to lean on. I don't know what can we lean on? Nothing. But that's the thing. When you can lean on nothing, that's bottom signal stuff. Can I ask you, Mr. Samuel, do you have anything to lean on, bro? You're like, oh, this guy's always right. Or this thing's definitely working. Everything's snapped. There's nothing to lean on.
No, man. I just trust my lines on the screen, and at this point, that's all I'm relying on right now. And as one breaks, I go to the next one. That's it. Nobody knows shit right now. Man. That's it.
I just have more time to build stuff, you know? It's not always sad. Like, oh, look, I have more time.
It's true, sir. It's true. Like, you know, but I hope for everyone here
I
as
thought
well,
I might be done by now. I'd be like, I can't build, but the market's way past the top. But I feel like there's definitely time.
Yeah, man. If there was a max pain in terms of like what no one really wants, everyone who's still long, they want like a parabolic blow off in 30 days so they can get out. But Maybe it's just slow up for like 9 months. It could be that. We literally could see it. No one wants that at all. No one. Everyone's like, dude, we'd be going way too long. You know, that's what happens. So we look at all these. Also, I've got a friend here, Mr. DeWeegee. SOMMI, check the BTC weekly chart and add a Gaussian channel indicator. Yeah, once again, so that Gaussian channel is just another moving average, bro. Everything's using a moving average. And guess what? We have different institutional players now compared to the first 3 cycles. So now they're more patient. So if you've noticed, all the weekly divergence indicators are all pinging off right now, but you're just relating to the past 3 cycles when people waited less time before acting. They would hit market more. Now you've got big Bitcoin institutional players. They're like, bro, we're going to buy 2% of our portfolio, but we're going to get it in the next 4 months. We don't care about selling. We're holding for 10 years. So then we have different players in, and that's why it's shaking everybody up. Because if you go off the past, you go, oh, the indicators are flicking. Yeah, but it's not the same players now. It's literally totally different. Have there been clues? Yes. Bitcoin broke its all-time high before the Bitcoin halvening. That shocked everyone, okay? That was number one, you know? So we've seen, and also the volatility of Bitcoin has been compressed so hard as well. So there is evidence there's new people in here. There are. I'm not saying what you like, yeah, the Gaussian channel and stuff, it might work, but I know where you get that from. That's Crypto Crew University Steve. Okay, remember Crypto Crew University Steve, he was very sure Bitcoin would like never hit 100K this cycle because of the past indicators, and then like it did. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
That's what we're like. That's why even Mr. Saint Wolf, bro. Mr. Saint Wolf will always tell you, like, guys, I know it sounds conspiratorial, but it's not, bro. It's like it sometimes really is as simple. When the shoe shine kid is shilling it, it's time to get out. Okay, we're just not seeing that in crypto, man. We're just not. It's really weird. It's like the big deep tentacles of the world, Wall Street, are buying when retail is selling on the 4-year cycle. Like, it just, on the balance of probabilities, bro, who do you think wins this? Retail? Ha ha ha. You've never heard of this 4-year cycle. I'm the genius. I'm out. I don't think that's how it plays out, bro. I think Wall Street goes, we're going to absorb it. We're going to convince you cycles don't even matter anymore. And that's when we're going to get you to buy the top. You know, that probably is how it plays out. Right? Once everyone stops believing in any cycle, it's over. You know, so, but what would it take? That's what we don't know, bro. No one's ever going to know that. That's why we hope some classical top signal stuff appear, right? You know, Coinbase App Store ranking. That's a classic, bro. It's literally a classic, you know? It's kind of funny that the Coinbase App Store ranking, it increased on October 10th. Because people just they downloaded the app so they could sell crypto and leave. It was kind of funny, and then the app store went up. So let me actually check it right now for us live. The Coinbase App Store ranking is rank 180. Like, not even top 10. So that's what do you think retail's making the right decision being out here? That's what I know. So yeah, so we could always point to another indicator, you know? And what about the balance sheet of the US Fed? Hey, that was a bottom last time. Why isn't it bottom this time? So, you know, once again, we just keep spinning. We literally just keep spinning. It only gets sorted with time. I guess the next 30 to 60 days. That's why, Mr. St. Wolf, you think so? We might actually get a thrust, an unsurprising thrust.
Yeah, I do. I think we're going to have a thrust to the upside going into the holidays. Speaking of that, somebody did in the chat they brought up that weird postcard that the Heartman posted. Do you guys remember that? It was like a weird animal with a monkey,
Yeti thing.
A Yeti thing, and it said seasonal greetings.
Yeah.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was really weird, right?
Yeah, it was like a monkey on the back of a Yeti. Some say it could be pegging. Some say it's one of these like weird ritualistic symbol looking. It gave me this vibe of like this is like this deeper meaning stuff that you just, that picture.
What do you guys think it was? Because it was too specific to be random. Or do you think he was just being weird and autistic and just threw up a random weird thing? Where's it at?
One thing I know about Richard Hart
about the season, where things would be good.
he doesn't joke like us.
No,
that's what I've noticed.
Definitely not. Let me see.
I feel like he watches me because he's like, hey, how can this guy just be so like randomly nonchalant about joking? With him, it's deliberate. Like his brain's hardwired too much. Like it's like there's like he's so logical. Yeah, he doesn't just like when you can see the future. Like you know what I mean. You can't have as much fun. You know what I mean? Because there's always a purpose. But with us, we're kind of like different. We're like plebs. So yeah, you're right. It's not random with him as much. He doesn't just like, oh, I'm just gonna screw around or something, you know? Like, yeah, you're trying to find it now. Yeah, it'll come.
There's a lot he's been tweeting. Yeah. Well, we had this one too, and okay, we can go to this one really quick since we're here. The big pink train trying to get into the small tunnel. Some people say it's something to do with pegging. Fast Abdul.
Yeah. The GIF is actually called pegging.gif.
Is it?
But like I said, it could be he's just taking the piss out of everyone. It could be that, right? It could be just like, you know.
Oh, what the fuck? Are you serious? The GIF is called pegging.gif?
Yeah, it's actually, yeah. If you actually go to GIF, you type in pegging, it's literally the first thing that comes up.
All right,
yeah.
Mr. Fast Abdul, how do you explain that one?
I don't know. Maybe coincidence. Or Richard typed in pegging and this came up and he thought it was hilarious, so he used it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is pretty
That's why
hilarious.
there's always, it could be him just, you know, as well saying, this is what you guys see. You just, yeah.
Because we're kind of realizing we don't fully understand his humor, right? So you know, and heart disease.
Yeah, there's the rabbit hole goes very, very, very deep. But
okay, where's these monkeys?
Yeah, the price chart being so low doesn't look like a rabbit hole. It looks like a deep in a sewer. That's why anybody who looks at it, they don't see any.
There it is, pup.
There it is.
Now what the fuck?
I remember this tweet got retweeted a lot because it was basically implying, crypto, what are you gonna do when we rip the melt faces off and stuff? But I think during this period of time, Ethereum was like starting to accelerate up as well. So it really looked like it was go time. It really did. I think the Russell 2000 made it broken the all-time high year. And then guess what? We got faked out again, bro.
But he posted this in the middle of summer, in the end of July, right? And he put season's greetings.
I figured out the train thing. If you go to the GIF website and you search anal sex, that picture of that train comes up immediately.
No. Is yours?
Yeah.
Hey, look, end of July,
It's an old school thing.
I can see it on the chart here. Ethereum went from 2,400 up to 4,000. Tom Lee just bought. So Tom Lee just bought 1 million Ethereum off Wintermute, and he sent it, and it gapped through 3,000. So that's why this post, it was almost like the PMI is ready to go. The bridging is going to happen, and then it doesn't. Yeah, so you can actually see it on the chart if you want. Like maybe I can actually zoom it in. Yeah, so this is end of July, guys. See, Ethereum just,
Pull you up, hang on.
it just did that. That was the context. See this? So we had just gone up. Ethereum finally back to 3,800. His SAC price is now back to break even. And then the next wave. And then just for some reason, the 9th projection comes for Ethereum after. So I just wanted to add context. That's why a lot of people retweeted and quoted this, because it sounded like the big marketing phase is just about to start. But then PMI stayed low. Ethereum rejected. You know, that's why we're trying to help everyone, guys. Like he's reacting to the market, but he's not the market. Okay, but he knows what to do. He's very methodical with how he reacts. Remember, I told you, like when the market's dog shit, he's sweeping the floors. Yeah, but he's not the guy who turned off the lights in the store. Okay, he's just cleaning up the aisles. He's rinsing whales out.
You really think
he's preparing stuff? They're building stuff.
You think we have that many more whales left to be rinsed out?
So that's why I said earlier as well, bro. I'm like, is there? I don't see any blood left on this bone. I don't. What do you think, bro? Do you think there is? Like, I don't see any blood left on this bone, but I'm not him. He's maybe he's just like, I see this plan. I'm not taking any risks. You know, like, just give you a quick example. Maybe in early Hex, maybe he had a list of like some shakeouts he wanted to do, but he never did them. Maybe he's like, I don't need to do them. And maybe he regrets it. You know, so that's what we don't know, bro. You know what I mean? In the first 1.5 years of Hex, maybe he's like, damn, man, if I shook out these guys just a bit differently, I would not have to pay for their sins right now. So I'm not going to take that chance again. So the next time I do this stuff, I've got to turn up the difficulty. So that's something that could be happening right now. All right. So I think, but you don't know, right? Because only he knows. Okay, only he knows. Because, like, you know, unless you'd sat him down in a room, he's like, hey, man, you don't know what it's like for me. I had a decision. I could have shaken these guys out somewhere in 2020. I could have done something with Hex, gotten rid of their supply, but I didn't. And I live to regret it now. Now, these guys are like a big thorn in our side. So I'm going to do whatever I need for Pulse Chain and Pulse X. And it could be that. It could be that. We don't know. So I have to believe his cycle, right? Like, do you think he knows what he's doing? Or do you think he's obsessed with Yetis and monkeys and saying season's greetings in July? Do you know what I mean? So what do you think, sir?
Yeah.
What do you think?
July is the thing. He could have been tipping us off to like Christmas. That looks like a finished Christmas card, according to what
somebody was just saying
one fellow mentioned.
Yeah. So what does it mean if it's a finished
Very possible,
Christmas
sir.
card? Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. Like, he could be tipping us off to the holiday, right? And I think that makes a lot of sense to me as well, because I am seeing this thrust upward coming into December, possibly even starting at Thanksgiving. And I've had a weird impulse to put this line that's been on here. I don't know. We can go back. I don't know how many. Maybe it's been on here for a year, where I just had this arbitrarily at.
You don't have the chart up, Wolf. We got your exit.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck. So many goddamn buttons. Yeah. So, and I've had this on here weirdly, instinctually. I just put it there at Thanksgiving, and now that you're talking about that season greetings thing, it came out in July. It is weird, but at the same time, it does have season's greetings, which he maybe is pointing to the holiday season. I don't know how much ETH is going to cooperate with this plan, though. But
that's what I mean, sir. Maybe he thought by now ETH would have been 7,000.
Yeah.
But then it stopped again.
Yep.
But I think
You know
with
what
this
I mean?
last thrust up, they got to let ETH run. ETH's got to run. It'll be ETH's
Maybe
time
he's
to
looking
low.
for $1 billion. The sack bag's worth $1 billion at like $6,000 ETH.
Yeah, we could get to
It's like
6K. That's
epic number.
That's doable by Christmas. That's doable.
Yeah, that no one's selling there. That's the ultimate trap price.
That's kind of true. That could
Because
be
the
a top
fib
as well.
the fib macro fib is at 7,300.
Yeah.
Ethereum hitting a trillion market cap is about 8,200. And they're close enough to 10 that if you were a $10,000 believer, you'd kind of sell there. So if we just went to 6, I hate to say this, but I'm just telling you, like, I'm in the same game as you. Like, if we stop at 6, God help us all. Like, it's like Bitcoin, right?
It could be the top of ETH.
This is the weird thing, bro. You know, at the beginning of this year, I saw Crypto Banter, Ivan, every single person wanted to sell 150K BTC.
Yeah.
Everyone. And all year I was saying, all right, I guess 125 is like their weak point. And it stopped. Problem is, alts never even rallied. So it's like you can kind of guess it like a coin toss, but it doesn't mean anything. But, you know, but that's why we're so biased as well, because we're long. But the truth as well is no one gives any probability to Bitcoin's actually topped out, but Ethereum's going to make a new high and altcoins are going to have a big alt season without Bitcoin. Everybody gives that 0% probability. Blockchain backer, Ivan, everyone. Literally everyone, guys. That's why I'm like, man, what an interesting setup. No one gives any chance to altcoins going up. But we see every single major government doing stablecoin supercycle, chain stuff, Robinhood. So the backdrop is there. That's what I really hope, bro, we get that surprise thrust. That would be wild, bro. If we did get a surprise, like where Ethereum just breaks the high, right? It's even weird. Tom Lee, Tom Lee literally said Wall Street and BlackRock, they've chosen Ethereum pretty much. He said they've chosen it. You know what chosen means? It means, hey, we were going to do CBDC, but now we don't even need to build it. We'll just use you crypto guys because you just guys give us smart contract functionality. Thank you. Yoink. You can't do that on Bitcoin. He literally came out and said it, but it's so bearish sentiment. No one cares.
Interesting.
I'm the only guy listening. I'm like, whoa, bro. I said this in 2023. I go, why would they choose Bitcoin, bro? They can't ban anyone. They're going to choose Ethereum. And he says, oh, yeah, they've chosen Ethereum. No one cares. So it's like it's lining up, bro. You know what I mean? Like it's the only thing left is that thrust. Also, we've got Mr. Hexander as well. That image was from a book published in 1990. The closing price for Microsoft was 64 cents on December 31st. It was up 72% for the year. Oh, I know that chart so well, sir, because Microsoft did a 500x in the 1990s, up only.
Yeah, so here's another hint for that image too, that is that when season greetings, he's going to make things go ballistic. That is interesting. And by the way, chat, thanks for sharing all these tidbits. You guys have been really great, man. That's some really interesting stuff. You guys have been doing some good research.
Yeah, we appreciate every single one of you guys because we're all in this together.
Yeah.
But I just, we don't come out, we don't plan to be like, man, it looks crap. We don't want anybody to hold if they shouldn't. But also what we don't like is when people say, oh, you're an idiot. I had the answers the whole time. And the real thing you should do is trade. I think that's like someone pissing in your face, man. I'm like, hey, man, but you didn't say that for 4 years. What are you talking about? So that's it's tough, guys. Markets are tough, man. It's a confidence show, bro. It's literally this beauty pageant for men. It's true. Everyone's just like, hey, look how confident I am. This is exactly, I knew the answer, right?
Yeah.
I knew the answer, the 10 answers before that. And I have the 11th answer. First, you got to give me some money, and then I'll tell you what it is. When I put it like that, it is funny. But that all came from Richard Hart as well. That's why, it doesn't feel like the end of his story is he lets the traders and the frauds and the con men win. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like, oh, I guess they were right. Sell and walk away. Don't believe in a brighter future. I don't think that story ends like that, man. Because they want that glory. They want to come back, right? Because they're not even in it for money anymore. You're here to retire, but they retired 25 years ago. They want that trophy. It's a one of one, right? So we have Mr. Aaron Wigger. RH really cares. I tweeted that I sent Wiggerbutt from Seoul just to mess with him. He didn't lol, but he dove into my Twitter and replied to an old post. Lurking RH is real. He's here.
Right on, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's watching. He may even know our names.
He's out there.
The psychological damage is a lot. Also, friends, his favorite scene from the movie is the jump.
Okay,
okay?
Yeah. That's
from the movie The Game is the jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, The Game, yeah. And the whole movie, the main character is getting shot at, lied to, poisoned, being followed. He's seeing stuff. He's being robbed. He's under attack.
Yeah.
Psychological trauma.
He's at his
very
wit's
end. There's the scene.
Completely unraveled by the end. Completely at his wit's end. Barely holding it
together. He jumps.
Yeah.
Yeah, he jumps off the building. He goes, I guess I'm just not meant to live. And he just jumps. But then, to his surprise, after he falls and falls and falls, hits the roof, and then lands on a big, giant, fluffy mattress. And he gets up. That's the scene of the movie. It goes for 3 minutes. You can look it up on YouTube. And that's Richard Hart's favorite scene. He's like, oh, cool, you passed the test at the end, right?
You thought you were gonna die. That's part of that story, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You took a leap of faith. You thought you were gonna die, and you were saved.
I'll bring it up.
Hasn't that felt like the past 24 hours? Oh, guys, Ivan literally put the Pulse Chain logo in the thumbnail with a cross. The 15 minutes of his show was literally just laughing. Like, you got to think, doesn't that feel like you want to jump? You're like, oh, I lost. You know? It was kind of interesting as well. His biggest is kind of, Ivan, this is what I don't get, bro. Ivan, he's like, hey, Richard's smart, but he didn't allow them to sack their core coins for this new project. So cruel. And I'm thinking, wait, you think this guy's smart to like con a bunch of people for 4.5 years, but he like accidentally just, you know, oh crap, I forgot to make a core coin. Like, that's my friend.
He was looking for volume. Core coins would have given him volume, right? Like he basically he gave people a choice. You sell your core coins, or you hold your core coins, but you don't put them here.
This is what good point, sir. Because guys, what he could have done is allow people to sack their core coins, but just launch ProveX in like 3 years. So you've sucked up everyone's money. It's so deflationary. He didn't even let you do that. It feels like the scene of the game, the jump. Is that it, sir?
Yeah.
Is that it? This is it.
This is it. You guys want to watch it? Watch a minute of
Yeah,
that?
guys, do you want to watch it? Yeah. Guys, let's actually watch it. This is 3 minutes. This is literally, and trust me, this is Richard's favorite scene. He replied to it. This is extremely important. This is literally, these 3 minutes is what we've been holding through. And maybe the ending. Let's go.
Okay, let's do it. All right.
Mr. Van Orton, don't open your eyes. This is breakaway glass, but it can still cut you. Just gonna take a look at you. I'm gonna check your pulse. Just take it easy. It was quite a fall. Yeah, affirmative. Happy birthday, Nikki. What is this? It's your birthday present. I hate you something, you're becoming such an asshole. Ladies and gentlemen, my brother, Nicholas Van Orton.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. The the guy who doesn't like joke for no reason, that's his favorite scene, guys. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't work differently to me. You know what I mean? Like for me, hey, what's your favorite scene from the movie? Might not change every day. You know what I mean? It's like random stuff, but that might say something. That you know, you're waiting and waiting and waiting.
So, does that mean we end up with just T-shirts at the end of all this? Like,
yeah,
I'm kind of.
I sacrificed for everything. I got drugged in Mexico, and that's all I got was just T-shirt. Yeah.
I'm
so we're gonna get a T-shirt at the end, guys.
Yeah. Watching this clip did not alleviate my stress at all.
All I got was this pink hat that says Hex on it.
Oh man,
that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, but you know, it makes you think, right? Is it all random? Is it all random? We don't know, man. We could be like, this could be the biggest con of all time.
Dude, Cali Crypto just dropped something I never heard before. So he's saying the main dude. Wait, where'd it go? The main dude's secretary who fixes everything in the movie is named Maria. Is that? Can somebody verify that?
Dude,
can somebody verify that?
Yeah, so I know. A lot of the stuff from the game is actually within PDI community. Names, Maria, 99 Capital. Yeah, it's no secret. It's no secret to us. It's just.
So you think
it's
Maria,
just the price is low? Everyone's like, use that. Yeah, everyone knows this. Good question.
I don't think I've asked you that one before.
I know something's happening, bro, but you're dealing with like 9-dimensional chess, dude. When we go working with RH, like, it's not pleb, like a pleb like me and you will be like, oh, they're shaking hands and everything's going to go well. Well, I don't know. It's working with RH is like, hey, you're going to be the bad dude and you're going to have to disappear. Mm-hmm. So it's, yeah, we don't have any conclusive answers. It's not random, guys. We definitely, it's not random. It is funny. Everybody in the PDI Telegram has watched the game and watched that scene. Everyone. It's just that we've already gone through this in the 33 tweet FUD storm in March. That's why, like, I didn't feel anything yesterday when we dropped. I literally felt nothing. We've been through this. I'm already desensitized. I feel like people who are just holding Pulse Chain Core coins, they felt the kick. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen, even on Twitter, people were posting Dr. Hexologist. He's had a tweet in April. He goes, if we ever had another sacrifice, I'm not putting another $1. And then they contrast that. He made a post. He goes, here's my ProveX referral link, sacrifice. So like, I feel like this part of the game, this was like a Richard Hart core coin story and target. I don't know. Did you guys feel a kick in the nuts? Did you feel anything? I didn't. I did not, because we've been exploited in every like our belly button's basically been violated from what we went through earlier. So this is child's play almost to us. You know, I'm a bit surprised at how much everyone's losing their minds, personally, because I'm like, wow, kind of.
A lot of people are numb now, but like I've seen some OGs losing their mind in the last 2 days.
Really?
Who I did not expect to see losing their minds. Right.
Do you mean like proof of life stuff, sir? Can you share a bit of that? I've been hearing some OGs are like, I want to see if this guy's still alive. I want to demand proof of Richard Hart life.
Really? They've been demanding that?
Yeah. Multiple.
Yeah. Why?
Hex OG. We're talking about Hex OG. I'm not gonna drop names, but yeah, okay. Multiple. They're like, I'm not participating a single second. I want to see that this guy's still alive. I demand proof of life.
Oh, as in somebody has taken him in, the Russian mob has grabbed him and they're doing the sacrifice and they're just stealing everything.
Yeah, they're the Russian mob conspiracy.
Or whatever.
But they have zero evidence of an actual thing, right? Like, it's just, it's worry farming, in my opinion.
No, it's not logical. It's as simple as a wrench attack on him, right? I mean, at the end of the day, right? So they demand, they want.
I think the context as well comes from like, those guys, I guess, whenever, say, PDI, any other conspiracy happened, they were always like, because they have a lot of supply from day one Hex, they've always been like, everything's cool. You're all stupid. We're great. We're fine. We're going to do great. But this event yesterday made them capitulate. That was the unique stuff where they're like, okay, that's it. something's wrong. I want to see these guys still alive. It was like yesterday made them jump. That was their jump scene. They're like, bro, this guy he's not even alive. Like, we don't even know. That was the unique different part, sir. They were always on the back burner. They're always like, everything's going to be fine. Everything's great, yada, yada. But this one made them blink yesterday. This one was the one, for some reason, that grabbed them by the balls. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's the combination of we haven't gone up, the ProveX sacrifice, not allowing core coins, Ivan laughing. I don't know what it is. Just something in the universe, the cosmos, the formulas lined up, and they just grab them by the balls. Yeah, I was surprised. You know, like, you understand. I know it doesn't sound like crazy stuff to us, but it is crazy for day one person to be like, dude, I want to see that this guy's still alive. You got to understand that this is literally like, you know, like there's cultists. Maybe there's like some like a deep Russian Siberia. There's like these weird cultists that live deep in like Russia in the woods, and they're like, hey, I've been following you for 15 years, bro. I want to see you do a miracle. Like they finally turn on him. They're like, no, that's it, man. I've been following you too long. I want to see. Like they lost faith. They jumped. That's what it is. It's like this metaphorical representation because there's no one left, bro. Like, do you understand? Think about it from the perspective of Ivan. Ivan's like, okay, what do the guys who actually got rich off Richard, day one OG Hexagons, what do they think? And they're like, oh, they want to see if the guy's got a heartbeat. All right, you're all cooked. You see, from his perspective, like, it was the jump scene. It was literally the jump scene. So, yeah, it is. I hope one day we can look back and laugh, friends. We're going through this stuff. I really do. I really do hope we go back and we laugh and it all makes sense, you know. But got a BTC chart there. Yeah, that's consensus right there. The 80 to 70K down drop.
Then we find this is not correct to time. This would happen in a much compressed fashion, but I was just showing what it would look like if we had some kind of flash crash into November, and then we thrust up back to my target, which is 140 to 150K, which now is resistance because since we broke under here, and we'd get there by January, you know. So you got to imagine this is just compressed. I had to sketch it on a daily, so it ended up wider than I wanted, but I think this target would be hit by January. So I could redraw it. Yeah. I don't know. What's it look like? I think if we're gonna have another thrust up, they're gonna need some more fear. So I do feel like we could have something to shake them up again.
You know what, sir? You know how you say that?
Yeah.
In my mind, like, is the thing, right? You know how a lot of people, they've sold, yeah?
Yeah.
And they're calling for the 4-year cycle to basically repeat. But they still have half their portfolio, and they all want to sell at 150K BTC. I've noticed Trader Main, Ivan, everyone wants to sell there. And they all say the same number.
150?
Which is coincidental.
Well,
they all say 150 on the dot, bro.
But
they all say 150 a walkout. So I thought, hey, wouldn't it be funny if Bitcoin like dragged up to like 130? It poked the high, and because sir, they want to sell before next year starts. Really, January max. They want to sell by like January max.
So my target,
I thought, wouldn't it be
January, first week of January is 140. And really, I'm just pulling it off this blue channel that I've been tracking since October of 2022. It's just been up and to the right in this blue channel. And we have fallen out of it the most we've fallen out of it this whole bull run, okay? And all I'm thinking is we're out of it. Maybe we have a thrust down, and then we have a thrust up. And the bottom of the channel now is 140 in the beginning of January. By the way, the top of this blue channel is exactly 240. Which is what RH was saying, which is very possible we could go back into this channel and hit the top of that as well. Probably.
It is.
Yeah.
But what about, sir, what about the scenario if we don't let those guys who sold, they buy the dip at that 80 to 70K? What if we ran up to 130 and they expect 150?
Yeah, absolutely possible.
But they're stalling out. Because you want to know what's interesting?
So you know why 130 is interesting too? Because if you take a trend line and you draw it from the 2021 high, see this pink line I have here? Let me make it a little stronger. This.
I know what you're talking about. That's MM Crypto has that curvature thing. It's 130.
It's not even a curve.
Resistance.
It's just a straight line from the wicks of 2021 all the way across to all these wicks we've had the last few months, and the bottom of that line is 130. So that is absolutely a place that could stop it out as well. It's a strong pink line right here. This is 130 right there at the beginning of January. So absolutely possible.
Yeah. So all I'm trying to figure out is, can we get a scenario where the guys who want 150, they're looking at it at 130, but then something in the system cracks and sends us back down to like 120 to 115?
Possible, yeah.
And everyone's in January, February next year. And Year of the Snake, the last month is January until February it switches over to Year of the Horse. And what if we get faked out in January and something in the system cracks?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where they actually think, we're going to a bear market. I'm thinking of something weird like that. So because
100%.
I don't see a world where the 4-year cyclers sell half and they win in both scenarios. They go, if we go up to 150, I sell. If we go down to 70K, I'm buying. That's what they all want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Wall Street's buying here. So do you think, hey, Wall Street, who's buying at 100K BTC, they're going to panic? It's possible, but I'm just trying to figure this stuff out. All I know for a fact, though, all these guys who are in, they don't want to hold next year at all. And they've still got half their position. And they're ready to sell any low, bro. They don't care. If Bitcoin drops 90, they're here to sell. Whether Bitcoin goes up or down, they're on a timer. And they've already gotten rid of half. That's why we're just speculating what's that next move, right? What gets them over the line, right? They want to sell that juicy 150 or barely even. I mean, they're already quitting. They're already quitting. And also, another thing, none of them own Ethereum at all. That's something I've noticed. And by the way, they don't say, I hate Ethereum. They just don't talk about it. I found that really weird. I'm like, every KOL only holds Bitcoin and they want to sell at 150. Very interesting. They don't talk about ETH. They don't want ETH. They don't care at all. They don't say 10K ETH. They say nothing, bro. They're all out of Ethereum. Okay. Even Trader Main, who's like a trader and stuff, he's like, guys, every altcoin's dog shit, dude. You just go to BTC. That's why Mr. Sainwolf, bro, then we literally got Tom Lee coming out going, oh yeah, Ethereum's got all the infrastructure for BlackRock and CBDC and Wall Street and stablecoins. It's that's why, bro, that mid-curve meme, guys, I'm thinking about that mid-curve meme, man. If like, you know a thrust up, bro? What if in the next 3 weeks, Donald Trump says, I've chosen the next Federal Reserve governor, the replacement. We're pumping off that because everyone's going to go to his past commentary because he's gonna, that's what the market's going to front run it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So that you know how you said, hey man, maybe we could just thrust up. That could be a potential thing.
100%.
Where there's literally he tells you who's going to be Fed chairman's major loser Powell's replacement.
Yeah, there's going to be something.
You know, who's the puppet going to be?
I'm really positive we're going to pump into either Thanksgiving or definitely for sure December is going to be green. Maybe we start pumping end of this month and we go green into January, and then we could get a hiccup. We're definitely
stall out. We got to get those 4-year cycle guys out. Yeah,
we
got to get them out. They're like, oh shit.
Yeah, 100%. End of January, beginning of February. Also, it's a cycle change from snake to the thing, and something's going to happen. Even if it's a massive crash or it's the start of the recession, something's going to happen there for sure. That I have no doubt in my mind. But it could also be just a big dump and a smackdown before we go even deeper into spring. Who knows? But
that's right, sir. That's right. So just so everyone knows, the default is always a big smackdown, and the politicians come in and they say, "Oh no, the system is breaking. I, your politician, with access to the money printer, I am going to be the superhero.
Yeah, 100%.
And you, the people, want me to print money. So let's print money together, and we ride off into the sunset."
Yeah, because
that has been what's happened ever since GFC. 4-year cycle on repeat.
Yeah. And midterms is 2026 for the U.S., right?
That's right,
USA
sir.
People,
like middle of the year as well.
Yeah, so they're going to want 2026. Some money starts printing at some point, some euphoria, good feelings, going into the second half of, making all the midterms, right? I probably doesn't care if he ends the presidency on a crash, but he certainly doesn't want to be in the middle of it. He's going to make things good. I think we're going to go bullish here pretty soon. And 2026 is going to surprise people. Because a printing could happen very quickly, a lot faster than we realize. Like, even if we have a big hang up in January, February, it's not going to be like zombie apocalypse. Who knows? They could bring things back pretty quickly because the midterms are coming. I hope.
You know what, sir? I had like this little precognition weird dream where the QE turns on, but they're so scared of stoking inflation, their words don't admit it. That's very classical US Fed stuff, bro. Fed Chairman Powell, he says, you know what? We might not even cut rates in December. As soon as I heard that, I go, bro, you are so full of shit. You are definitely cutting rates in December. You just don't want people to buy dog coins. That's pretty much it. That's literally what it is, friends. They're just scared of stoking the bubble. Okay? That's why you could be right, sir, where this QT is already ending. And they open up this little swap line, but they're gonna use some other term. They go, no, it's not QE. It's ABC Batman symbol, and it's for this like one random bank that has nothing to do with QE. That's how it always starts, man. That's how it always starts. And that's what we're kind of hoping that's actually what's happening right now. It's just everybody's in disbelief. It always starts like that, guys. Like they've only got one button, bro. It's that money printer. Okay, and they're like the handing out. They got a handout.
They're going to print,
right? Like they've done some rate cuts. Like if they do a rate cut in December, does it really matter? Versus if they do a rate cut in March, like is that going to pump the price?
Question. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. That's why what if Trump says, guess what? I've chosen the new Fed chairman. His name's, what's his name?
That might pump the price. Yeah.
You know? Patrick the printer man.
Do a rate
that's his
cut
name.
that's like huge, like 2%.
Yeah, smash the like button, everybody. How are you guys doing out there, chat?
Yeah. I hope everyone as well, friends, for what you're saying, or basically like, you're seeing how like when people say things are uncertain, they're usually saying, oh, it's uncertain, therefore sell. But what we're showing you is like, hey man, there are one-of-one events in the past where this uncertainty led to things actually pumping up unexpectedly. That's what we just want you to see. You know, you can make your own portfolio decision. We don't know. We're all holding here. None of us will like have a bearish outlook. But I'm just showing you. It's not as clear. Everyone thinks, oh, next year's going to be raining. It's going to be raining next year, every day. No, it's not. Okay, no, it's not. Like maybe based on 4-year cycle astrology, perhaps, but yeah. Of course, it's a game of probabilities. That's like I said, man. Like, you know, you think a bunch of like crypto kids on Twitter with 200,000 followers drawing a big red arrow line like Crypto Crapo, do you think he's outsmarting Wall Street right now? That's it. Could be that. Could be that.
Definitely not. Pups, the Telegram, if you guys have any questions at all, is at St. Wolf Vision on Telegram. And of course, as I said before, I'm going to drop Real Alpha as this market turns around on my Instagram at Mr. St. Wolf. So go to Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. That's where I'm going to story the Real Alpha, just so we don't have the lucky loos tapping in on it in Telegram and the stalkers. So it's the fairest way I could do it. And of course, you should be following Fast Abdul and your friend SOMMI on X. Let me check what's going on.
I feel better about all these things now that we've talked about them. We didn't fix them, but we talked about them.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of bear stuff on Twitter right now, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
We're back, friends. Yeah. we do appreciate everyone was speaking about stimmy checks and stuff. Does everyone feel a bit better? But like, we also like we balance it out too, man. It's just talking. You know what I mean? Like, I want the money printer, bro. No one's got access to the money printer unless the elites. You know what I mean? They're the ones. They're the ones with the button. So you and I, we're just caught on this like life raft. That's it, you know. And we're dealing with like, you know, the jump and the game and these OGs and these sacrifices. You know, we're all in this together, right? Do you guys plan on making any big moves? Are you guys all just, Mr. Saint Wolf, Mr. Fast Abdul, you guys holding with everyone else? Like it's standard programming or what?
Yeah,
holding, building, like it's, you know, Pulse Chain is long-term play for me. So it's not quite the same for builders, because if you're building something, you have to plan around to be there for at least 6 years for most of these things. More like 10 to 15 chances are. So yeah, you don't freak out quite the same, though I've been seeing some builders be less pleased. So yeah, I'm not dumping my bags.
Yeah, I'm holding, you know, we're down. It is what it is. Yeah, what else are you going to do? I'm not going to sell the lows. That's not smart. And we just got to bear it through. Look, there's no promises here, man. This is crypto. This is brutal. You guys are on the most extreme, most competitive arena of investing ever in the history of mankind. Actually, maybe tulips might have been more volatile, but this is up there, all right? And you just can't complain, man. It's just, you got to take it. You got to take it, man. You got to take it and go with it. This is, it's not a fucking daycare center, man. And it's tough. It's tough. It really is tough. So I feel you guys. I feel the pain, man. I feel it. Especially people start talking about suicide and a lot of stuff. Like, yeah, I get it, man. You're down. This is interesting, though. I saw this post, Grand Inquisitor Cicero. He said, I like how Richard Hart unmasked everyone in his community with a single move. Now you know the true faces of everyone, who secretly hates Richard and who believes in him. There's a ton of hexagons who have been here for years that are now accusing RH as a con man, scammer, fraud, etc. Many of you have been listening to these hypocritical scumbags for years. Now you can see how fake they are. They despise you, this community, and most especially Richard. They've always wanted quick riches, and now they desperately want a quick exit to break even. If you are a believer, please do me a favor. Once you see Pulse Chain go up and you see these creatures bulldoze, tell them to fuck off. He goes into the thing. But there's a lot of truth. I mean, you know, when the chips are down, you get to see people's real personality. I mean, it's pressure that reveals a man. So it's interesting, you know, a lot of the stuff that's happening. You're kind of seeing the authentic sides of a lot of people. You know, a lot of people are stressed to the end for sure.
You know, it's weird, man. You know, guys, here's the thing, right? If you're holding, but if the candle on the screen was just higher, if the number just said it was higher, even if you weren't clicking out, you know, our worlds, we would be like totally in a different place, mentally, health-wise, everything.
Yeah.
Even if you couldn't click out, even if you weren't clicking out. Like I said, like if you think something valued at $10, okay, but it's trading at 3 right now. So if you think it's trading, no, let's say you think it's valued at 100. That could be Pulse Chain 100 billion market cap, but it's trading at like $3 right now. But you think it's 100 in the future. Even if it was 15, you're like, man, that's still cheap, but you would feel better. But because it's at 3, it's like, it's traumatizing. I do wonder if we can ever solve for that, if it's even possible. If you could solve for that, man, that would be great, wouldn't it? Because all these emotions is literally that. Because you're like, oh, but if I did click out, it's a big loss. But this is why. But yeah, as Mr. Saint Wolf said, guys, this is crypto, man. This is why it breaks lives, but also makes lives. Because no one knows how to value this stuff, and the market as well. By the way, a lot of people fade stuff all the time. Like look at XRP, the community's still going, dude, Still got fans. I love, bro. I watch Arthur Hayes. I watch all these big names come out and they go, you know what the next narrative is? Applications and revenue and handing back value to shareholders. I see that all the time. And I was like, okay, bro, so you give zero value to Bitcoin and you give zero value to XRP and you give zero value to Cardano and you give zero value to Doge. There you go, bro. You've missed out 4 out of the top 10 coins. It's just, you see what I mean, friends? Like the smart people, their paradigms get broken too. It does, bro. That's why we're in this game, because these network effects is not so simple to do that. Okay, it's easy to point fingers, right? I want you guys to know that, man. You come in, you think you're some sort of genius, and then it snaps to the upside. Okay, Hex did that, by the way. Now, it's funny to say that it did. It did do that. We're hoping PulseChain and PulseX and Inc. and everything else does that too, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, man. That's why it happens every time. When you're down, you go to the smart dude, and the smart dude sounds really smart, right? And their credibility goes up, you know. Aaron, good comment here.
Yeah.
Is it weird? I feel spiritually connected to you guys because I know we all went through these psychological operations and we are still here with the lights on.
Yeah, beautiful.
Guys, think about this, bro. If you're a guy and you know crypto is valued like a network, you're coming in new. Don't you want to invest in a community that they didn't leave when it was 99% down? Yeah, we are literally that community now. It's literally where everything they want. But it's one thing to say that. It's one thing to feel that. Because we don't even believe it. It's feel like, man, this is really tough. But it is true. It is true, right? That's why a lot of these Ethereum layer 2 chains, they have another problem. People are only there for the airdrop. They're farming rewards. They're trying to scam the point system. And so the founders are trying to figure out, how do we keep everyone there after we give them the money? And guess what? None of them succeed. Everybody leaves as soon as they get the money. Okay, but that's why, like us, bro, we got no money. It's down, but we're still here.
We're locked in because
that's it. We're
liquidity
locked in,
situations, we literally can't leave, right? Which is
Yeah,
genius or a crime, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah. That's why someone like Ivan says, look at these guys can't even sell. And I'm like saying, but bro, that means it's valuable. It's like you're looking at a city and maybe the city doesn't have the highest GDP or the most amount of tech, but people are literally never leaving this city. They're never leaving. Like there's people, for example, in America, there are people who live in Miami, but Miami's not like Shanghai. Shanghai's got like more robots, maybe more buildings, but they're just not leaving. Okay, so what does that mean? Like, would you go to somebody in Miami and go, oh, you're coping. Shanghai is so much better than you. You know what I mean? You don't know how to take a loss and leave Miami and go there. What would people in Miami say? They go, nah, man, I like it here. I got my friends here. I've got a community here. That's a network effect, right? So we're living that right now. But there's no cheating. You don't get to see the winning stories and buy cheap. That's the hard part, right?
Yeah.
If you see the winning stories, you're paying a premium. You're buying New York, right? If you want New York, bro, you got to pay New York real estate prices. That's it. Okay. And obviously, what's PulseChain? PulseChain is literally like a patch of dirt grass in the middle of Africa, and we're saying, hey, it's going to be New York one day. That's what the speculation is.
Yeah.
But it does help when you have.
New York was a patch of grass at some point in time.
It was.
It was nothing.
Tam says
that's right.
She's never leaving. 100%.
There you go. Well, yeah.
Tam, we love you. She ain't leaving. I ain't leaving.
Good enough.
Yeah, we do love Tam.
Yeah.
Depends. You know, in every coin, people say I'm never leaving, but okay, bro, did you go down 99% for 4 years? Did you get psychologically operated on by your founder?
Dude,
they did.
How
they
crazy?
If you measure it by that, dude, there's a lot of coins out there risky as hell, friends.
Yeah, dude, how tight is this community? Like, imagine what this community is going to be like. Let's say we're 10x above SAC. Fucking ecosystem is blowing up. What do you think this chemistry in this community is going to be like at that point? Like, how tight is this group going to be?
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
They glorify us, friends. They put us on those those big mountains in America, the founding fathers' heads.
Yeah, Mount Rushmore thing.
That's yeah, but think about it. Like if you are joining a crypto, there's literally 100,000. You've got all these chat room JPEG meme coins on Solana. And it's literally the same people moving furniture around in a house who are saying, I'm never leaving this community. You know what I mean? And these guys that they're clicking out in 2 seconds, right? There's that. And then you see what we have. You know, by that metric, you know, we should be emulated the most. But no one's going to do it yet until the end. That's the catch-22 about it. Right.
Yeah,
So
I don't think there's going to be a lineup to emulate us until we see some green candles.
Yeah. Like at the end, in the next bear market, there will be. I guarantee you this. I'll bet all 3 of my testicles. There will be someone who takes a very close look at Richard Hart and tries to copy the formula. Right? Someone beyond Justin Sun. Someone will try to do it. He will. I guarantee you.
Like a bank, like Wells Fargo.
Well, no, just maybe not another crypto founder.
Okay.
Just another crypto dude. He's going to look at that and be like, huh. They're going to look at different stuff than you and me. You and me we don't know what to look at. We're plebs. But they'll look at conferences. How many streamers were there, right? How often are they streaming? How many videos do they produce? They're going to look at the Twitter badges. They're going to look at how many people have like Hex and Pulsion in their username, right? They're going to look at the tattoos, right? So when other people see them now, they laugh at that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the price is low, bro. But if Pulsion's 100 billion market cap, there's someone out there going, hey, you know, if I can just get 10% of that, I can make a $10 billion ecosystem. You want to know what's funny? Richard Hart looked at Bitcoin and Ethereum, and he's doing the exact same thing. He's literally doing the exact same thing. I'm just telling you, there will be, once this is done, if we do succeed, and I hope we do succeed, there will be someone doing that, okay? Because at the end of the day, friends, you got to remember.
But they did it last cycle too, right? We had a few people copy Richard and pull people off the community, right? There were two teams.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But neither.
There you go. Yeah. You even saw
neither of which were
Jack
charismatic enough to do it, though.
Yeah, like Zen. They tried a bit of the let's poke the bear, alpha male, Richard Hart personality, but that was just a start. And now they're like, oh, I never did that, you know. But it will come, friends. It will come. I mean, friends, did you ever think people would be copying Tether as well? Everyone's copying Tether. They're copying the biggest market cap stuff. So. But no one believes it now because you don't even think you're worth copying, right? But like you just gotta think, dude. Like if this, let's say we do succeed, and we're top 10, and we're up there, what are people gonna look back and observe? They're gonna say, "Damn, how the hell did these people make content when they were down for like 4 years? No hope, no green candles." Founders attacked by SEC, founders attacked by Interpol. What happened, right? They refused to leave. Okay, so then that's why they start asking questions. You know, Richard asked the same thing. Everyone asks the same thing about Bitcoin now. There are people holding Bitcoin that refuse to leave. Just think about that. Does Bitcoin give you privacy? No. Can you swap on a DEX? No. Can you put stable coins on it? No. Can you bridge with it? No, just pretty much no to everything. It's got no tech, but they're still holding because they really believe in it. See what I mean? They're like, it's already happening. Like, but they're like, hey, but Ethereum does more things than you. It doesn't matter. They're still holding. Yeah. So, you know, Richard looked at that. That's how we like infuse the spirit of Hex, by the way. So obviously we don't think about stuff like that because we're not trying to win for like 15 years. Most people are trying to win, as that Mr. Greek god Cicero saying, people want a one-cycle thing. They're the genius who sells. They walk away. They wipe their hands clean. Okay, but there's another game to be played. So yeah, look at this AJ super chat, sir.
What's up, AJ? Thanks.
Just got into Pulse Chain 3 months ago.
Yeah, read it. Do it, man.
Just got into Pulse Chain 3 months ago. I was in XRP at 2017 and I held the whole way. I made serious bank. So XRP did a 650x pump in 2017 from January to December. This is the exact same vibes. Pure FUD, pure BS, but that's where the money is.
100%.
Yeah. So thank you, sir. You're in 2017. And yeah, there was even less of an industry back then. It was full on tulips. In 2017, it was way more tulips than now, bro. You didn't even, the government was trying to actively ban you back then. Now the government's going to try and actively make everybody accept you. You know what I mean? Like, it must be easy for AJ. AJ's watching this like, wait, you mean the government's not trying to ban us anymore? This is the easiest FUD BS. So, different environment, right? Awesome. Sirs, I'm going to have to go to the gym and just go look at some normies for 5 minutes and just see other people living their life.
Do it, man.
And, you know, people disconnected from this.
Do it.
Oh, wow. Mr. Brenton said the government shutdown ended. Is that right now, sir?
I just saw that on X as well. Multiple sources.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Thrust up is incoming.
Oh, wow. It's right from Watcher Guru, sir.
Let's get
this
in
is
there.
Yeah, we go to Watcher Guru.
Think that's bullish?
U.S. House passes a bill to end the government shutdown.
What? Where are you seeing this? All right,
I think you're on a fake Watcher Guru.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
There's a fake Watcher.
Oh yeah, I've got it here.
Fucking great, man. Okay, let's pull this up. Just in, U.S. House passes bill to end the government shutdown. That's it.
Also, I got my tweet randomly here as well, friends. Altcoins are overdue for a bull market.
Oh shit! It's just.
This is.
Are we gonna see green candle?
I think it's the others chart, but you can see we just have not had. I'll scroll down a bit so we can see.
So, chat, if you're not sure, this is extraordinarily bullish. Is it though, or is this going to be one of those strange?
Let's be honest though. Did anybody think the government would never turn on again? No. So probably
and
priced in.
Almost nothing happened when the government didn't turn on anyway. Like, wasn't that remarkable?
There is actually something I have to cover for someone. I just remembered. They have what they call the TGA, the Treasury General Account, and this is the hard part, friends. You can't mid-curve it because when the government is shut down, they're not allowed to spend from the account because the government's closed. And I think the account has stored up something like $1 trillion or something, the TGA. But now that they get to operate, they get to start to spend the money again. But that is actually something which physically, with the cash, does change. Now the government turns on again. But then again, we don't want to jinx it, right? Because markets are smart. They figure this stuff out anyway. But that's always been, I guess, Raoul Pal and other people, that's been the key missing link. The fact that government stops, liquidity pauses, nobody's allowed to activate it until the government turns on again. Now they're allowed to press play.
Some people weren't getting paid too, right?
Yeah.
Like people, like government employees, some of them were missing paychecks, I presume.
Yeah.
And they'll be getting back pay for the entire time.
Oh, really?
So they could, I think so.
It's like a free vacation.
Government's pause, paychecks stop for some people.
It's a good deal.
They take out loans maybe, but yeah, probably some back pay coming.
You can almost imagine as well, if
the
Bitcoin
A's are
goes
222, the Nays are 209. The bill is passed.
There you go. You can imagine, friends, if Bitcoin goes to like 105 and then it ticks down to 103, everyone sidelined is going to say, see, nothing's getting this thing up. You're all doomed. So be prepared for that as well. There is no flash in the pan, man. We don't just, there is no easy answer, easy news. We're all in this together. It makes you think that, man. Government turns on, QT officially ends, and they are cutting rates next month. And we still wait.
This is an awesome stream, guys. Chat, make some noise, man. Smash the like button. Subscribe to everybody up here. This is really great to have you, SOMMI. It's been a while. last time I think we were streaming, it was Christmas Euphoria a year ago. Now, this got to be some kind of bottom signal. So I think we're close, man.
I hope to God, bro. You know, guys, I didn't even want to come on. I was looking at the link.
Yeah.
Installing Zoom, and I was like, man, I just want to go to the gym. I just want to look at some normies. Maybe I'll just share some of their spirit. I don't want to come on, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Because guys, I'm telling you, all I'm thinking about is just Ivan laughing.
I know.
it's just cope. That's all is going through my head. But I know
he couldn't even.
I know their signals.
Yeah, yeah.
I know their signals, man. But it's guys, it's hard. It's hard, man. It's hard. You just want to live from the shadows. You're like, yeah. Social pressure is real, friends. It's real. There's no mad formula. We're like, oh, don't worry, everything's gonna be fine. Because we've got like 36 months of a dude coming out saying, don't worry, everything's gonna be fine, and then it's not. You know what I mean? And then we're like, oh gosh, so it's been a wild ride. And I also thought, okay, what if next year is a bear market? Then what? We wait another 5 years?
2027,
Is that it,
2028. Yeah, that'd be yeah. People wouldn't. Some people wouldn't make it. I think. That's no. That's not happening. That's not happening. No. We're going up. We're going up into this December. No doubt about that. We'd be going up.
Can I share with you guys? You know, in Zombie Virus 2020, so Zombie Virus happened in March. In the June, July, August period, the prevailing most common thought was that the bear market would be extended by another 12 to 18 months for crypto because of the zombie virus. I promise. I remember it. I remember it.
What do you mean? What do you mean extended?
From everyone.
What does that mean? Like,
well, if I just show you, maybe I'll just show you let's look at Bitcoin's chart. Because I wasn't on YouTube or Twitter, but I remember what everyone was saying. This was zombie virus, right? The most common chart everybody believed is funny. You know, this period, this is where Michael Saylor started buying this little wedge. He started buying here, $250 million worth. The prevailing common narrative was that this was going to break down and that we were going to go into a bear market for another 12 to 18 months.
Oh.
And then as Bitcoin went up, they said this was going to go down and do the same thing.
Yeah, I do remember a lot of that talk. Because I remember buying Bitcoin at 16.5 or something, and I remember some people telling me you're nuts. Like you're just
up here, bro. You were buying with Anthony Scaramucci.
I was buying it around 16 is when I bought some, and people thought that was nuts. I got some.
So you were you know what's funny? You were buying with Ivan on Tech and Anthony Scaramucci right there. I remember.
Okay.
Do you want to know why I remember? Because I was watching Ivan on Tech every day, and I almost vomited because he didn't even own Bitcoin. He waited for that 16K part. I couldn't believe it. This is what I was shocked up here.
Yeah.
Because I was like, whoa. Wait, you've been making videos every day?
Well, he's an ETH guy.
You weren't even in?
Ivan's an ETH guy.
Yeah, but I think maybe he's all his final stable coins.
Yeah.
He went risk on there. He bought it through the momentum. It blew my mind because we all say hodl, cheap prices, believe. So you think everyone does the same thing you do. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't. They waited for the big swoop up.
Yeah.
And then we did get the big swoop up, you know. But that's what I want to show you. Yeah, everyone was scared of another 1.5 year bear market. Everyone, literally everyone. And guess what happened? The 4-year cycle played out exactly the same. You know? And that's why we're showing here, hey, what are we all scared about? Another 1.5 year bear market. Aren't we all scared of that? It's interesting, sir. That's why
bear markets are over.
The credibility.
Man. There's no more bear markets anymore.
Yeah.
Super cycle.
Well, when the shoe shine kid says no more bear markets because US Federal Reserve is buying Bitcoin, I hope that's how it ends.
Mm-hmm.
I hope we get to a point where Donald Trump's replacement of the US Fed, we get to December next year. I really hope there's one conference. You know, the Fed conference, and they ask him, hey, would you ever put Bitcoin on the balance sheet?
Mm-hmm.
My gosh, can you imagine? He just says, you know what? I think we might. I pray to God. That'd be the most classical thing.
Something
That
like
is
that's gonna
gold.
happen. Yeah.
The gold retailers, guys. The only reason why the gold retailers, why were they buying? Because they go, oh, the central bank's buying.
We didn't even talk about that, the conspiracy with the gold, the repricing gold to then go and buy the Bitcoin with it. But I'm sure that's another can of worms. But
that is one of the gold bugs and the Bitcoin bugs as well. The long prevailing theory is that all of this decades long, when the Ponzi finally can't be paid off, they will just reprice everything. But the question is it going to happen next year? I don't think so, because of AI. Because AI is super deflationary. You don't need to immigrate people. Your robots are doing the work for you. And they're smarter than us. They got 200 IQ. They do the jobs you don't want to do. And they work 24 hours a day. And they don't complain. And they're just your slaves. Actually, the robots, they're slaves, friends. They don't have any rights. Okay? So they're smarter. They're faster. Infinite memory. You don't need to immigrate as much people. It's a super deflationary force. So they can print more money without stoking inflation. This is literally, I've given you the turbo bull thesis for the next 10 years. This is like Tom Lee, Roll Powell. What I've just told you is why they're bullish. That's why they're bullish. Because that's why they come across as like really soft people who are naive.
Yeah.
But then when you listen to them, they go, bro, do you understand what a 200 IQ GPU robot being manufactured by Amazon? Do you understand what that means for society? Look at all your jobs, bro. Who's driving trucks? You got 20 million truck drivers. Okay, now it's a robot. Goodbye 20 million jobs. Okay? Who's fixing stuff? Who's mowing lawns? What about all legal accounting? It's all done by AI and AI agents. We're literally producing that. Okay? So we don't need to immigrate more people to do these. So that's the future they see. So if you're long, that's what you're long for. And it's happening, bro. That's why we're thinking, right? Is the US government going to be like, hey, you know what? That's a cool future. Let's just press pause now and let China overtake us. Okay? So that's why, like, if the Ponzi is going to blow up, I don't think it's going to blow up soon. Okay? But everyone always thinks, friends, that, okay, US, that's it. Can't pump the Ponzi. It's over. They can't kick the can down the road anymore. But you're literally watching it in real time, bro. NVIDIA, they got chips demanded for like 5+ years. The robots are coming. Yeah, it is like I can't overstate it enough. It is ultra super deflationary. We've never seen anything like it before. Yeah, literally workforces sliced. IT departments and everything out here. There's going to be obviously a teething period, but yeah, that's it. So what happens when all these people lose their jobs and what do you do? Well, they just print money.
They're going to print. They are going to print for many more years, at least until the end of this decade for sure. Probably until 2034. Yeah, they got a lot of print.
Yeah, another thing, sir. Guys, what if they just make a plan where they print money, but they're funding AI businesses? Wouldn't you do that if you wanted to beat China?
Sure, that's a good point.
Wouldn't you do that? Makes sense.
Yeah,
but you can't just go do that because that's not fair. So then you reverse engineer. It makes you think, I wonder what they've got coming around the corner. That it's going to look like, we have to print.
Money wouldn't matter anymore if it could just be generated by supercomputers. It would all just come down to resources. If we look at what China's doing right now, they're trying to gather the resources, right? They're lending out the money like they don't care, but they're getting the rare earth minerals. They're trying to control every single deposit. So, I think they may have their AI working on a longer term plan.
It's true.
We're all thinking 4-year cycles. They're thinking 100-year cycles.
That's right. That's 100% right.
Yeah, 100%.
There's also a message here from Mr. Aaron as well. Personal rec. I bought Bitcoin sub 1K and I bought Ethereum at $70. Then I dumped it all into Pulse after the sack. I dropped the fat Palantir bag onto PulseX. That would be 7 figures today. I am blue collar, still here. We are different. Still believe in you, sir. See, thank you for sharing that story, because that's actually 99% of the stories where someone thinks, hey, I'm up 10x. I don't want to get greedy. Let me rotate out. And then just something blows up. Okay, you don't hear that story. That's actually 99% of the stories. The only one story you hear is a guy on Twitter who says, guess what, man? I put on a short on Bitcoin, then I bought Zcash, and then I sold that. Now I'm perfectly sitting in stablecoins waiting for everything to go to zero. Very unrealistic, very cherry-picked. And those people don't have long track records. They're famous today. They're not famous in 2 or 3 years. Trust me, if they were famous today, I'll be following them. I'll be watching every one of their moves. So thank you, sir, for sharing that. That's a very realistic thing. The most common story is what we're doing. We're like, we hold, we believe, you hope things get better. Somehow they kind of do, right? Yeah, friends, I do appreciate it. I really do have to go to the gym now. Love every single one of you. More content coming. Thank you, Mr. Fast Abdul. Subscribe, Mr. Fast Abdul and Mr. Saint Wolf. There'll be more streams coming, but, I want to do a top signal stream with us. You know what I mean? I said always the bottom signal.
Let's do that.
We want some top signal Christmas. So that's right. I love you so much, friends. We'll catch you soon.
See you, buddy.
Thank you, Sommi.
That was amazing. What an incredible stream. Chat, you guys are amazing. Of course, subscribe to the channel. Twitter at St. Wolf Vision. Instagram, Mr. St. Wolf. I'm going to drop a lot of alpha there on the Instagram, Mr. St. Wolf. And, the Twitter, everything's at the top of the screen. Want to thank everyone in the super chats. You guys are amazing. That would be, did I miss this one? Oh, yeah, that was the one. Wait a minute, no. Did we do this one? Yo, just got into Pulse Chain 3 months ago. Is that X? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sommi read that one. That's awesome. Thanks, buddy. Hex Monkey. Appreciate it. Ovidian, BB, Crypto Wash, and Ricky Rise. These are all amazing. I don't know. How you feeling, Fast? Yo, your mic.
My bad. I'm feeling better now than I was a couple hours ago. Yeah. It's good to talk things out.
It was good to talk things out.
We don't have any more information than we had earlier, but it just feels more reasonable.
Yeah, I did not want to stream either. I mean, I really just didn't, and I think I talked to you the other day or something too, right? And, or just yesterday. But I was like, it's got to be done, and
it's the time where it's best to stream because it's just as hard for us. It's just as hard for Sommi too. You heard him talking, he's feeling down too, but people need to be able to, have someone to relate to if they're sitting alone in their house looking at the charts. So I think it's a public service, even if it's tough for you. Thank you for taking the time.
Yeah, it was tough, man. All this is tough. We're all dealing with it in the way, the best way we can. And once again, somebody had posted about suicides and what have you. And guys, just reach out to anybody. You can reach out to me. Like really, just reach out to me. Don't go into your head and just talk it out with somebody. You're gonna feel better. I mean, shit's dark, but there's so much more to life. And if you lose perspective on that, things can spiral really fast. And I get it, man. But just reach out to somebody. Like we're here. Like I'll talk to anybody if you're at that edge, man. Bring you off that ledge. I've been on that ledge before. I know what it's like. And thank you guys. You guys are amazing. I don't have much more to add. I mean, we crushed the charts earlier on. We've already got some green. Bitcoin's already at 102. We're probably going to get some pump up, but I'm guessing we might have a bit of a sell the news right now, maybe into this thing. It's really hard to say. It's interesting. Maybe we will get some kind of sell off into it, and then we'll pump, right? Kind of thing. Bit of sell the news with this government reopening, but let's see what happens. And the reason psychologically is because they know that retail might think of this as very bullish, and they'll feel good about it and want to get back in the market. So it's technically just a time when institutions and Wall Street would sell into that euphoria, right? So it's kind of a bit of the sell the news. I'm anticipating that a little bit, but things are irrational as fuck right now at this part of the cycle. So really hard to say what they're going to tweet and what they're going to stir with the markets. So, but I still stand by what I say. I think we're going to get that thrust up into the holidays for sure. I'm hoping it starts Thanksgiving. This is what's been on my chart for, I don't know, at least a year, maybe longer. Just a vertical line going up in Thanksgiving 2025. So I'm confident we're going to get a green December for sure. So
I would have preferred that for Canadian Thanksgiving, but I'll take it for American Thanksgiving.
Yeah. What the fuck is Canadian Thanksgiving?
It's the first weekend in October.
Oh, okay. What?
It's a month ago.
Nice. Oh, because you guys have to get to it before it gets too cold or something. Turkey's freezing.
I'm not totally sure why it's a different date. Maybe
Canadians have to be difficult. It's got to be difficult.
That's right.
Hold Me Now, I'm 6 feet from the edge. Yeah, that's a good song. Oh, yeah. Paul Sachs, thanks, buddy. And Wolf Fast Abdul, thanks for the great stream. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate all those amazing vibes you guys are sending this way.
Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Yeah.
I know, you guys took your time to watch us, too. I know SOMMI was very entertaining, and that was a bonus today.
That was amazing.
But yeah, there's definitely community here. People show up.
Yeah, and people are showing up now. And like I said, like nobody wants to right now. Like I did not want to stream tonight. I really didn't, man. I think I did 180 push-ups today. At least 180 push-ups. I feel like I'm in a scene in Requiem for a Dream or some like Aronofsky film where the characters, they're all inevitably losing their fucking minds. It doesn't matter if it's Black Swan or whatever the fucking movie. I feel like I'm in an Aronofsky film. And the only thing I've been able to do is just like do fucking push-ups, because if I don't do push-ups, I end up punching the fucking walls. So I think I'm at 180 for the day, and I'm just gonna stop so I don't tear my shoulder.
Good.
But
do that every day, and you'll be super buffed. But you might also throw out your shoulders.
Yeah. No, 100 is good. You got to watch your shoulders and stuff. You start doing more. But I think I'm at 180 for the day. I'm gonna crank out another 20 at least, and it's helping.
Say 200.
It's helping. Awesome. Like do anything. Yeah, walk if you can walk. I don't know, run. Fuck. But yes, it's tough. But you guys are amazing. Definitely subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. Just click that subscribe on the YouTube, on the X. We're going to do these streams all the time for you guys. And when we get bullish, they're going to be really fun. They're going to be crazy. I mean, we had like, almost 5,000 people here. When we get bullish, I know it's going to be 10, 15. Because we were already hitting 7, 8K on the Euphoria and last holiday, right? So if we get bullish this holiday, it's going to be nuts. So do me a favor, and all you got to do is just subscribe to the channel on X and YouTube, and it really supports us. And like I said, I'm going to reveal a lot of secrets on Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. So go to Instagram, Mr. St. Wolf. Just follow. When there's something really important, I'm going to post it on there in a story hours before I post it on X or anywhere else. So you can get alpha there. Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Fast?
Well, I think everybody's just gotta chill out today. Take a step back. We got big things happening that may well pass in an extremely short timeline. So
yeah,
if in doubt, do nothing.
Cool, man. I'm gonna wrap us with some music. You guys want to hear some music? I'm just gonna bring it down, man. I'm just gonna bring it down. I'm gonna put on some of my favorite tunes I've been listening to a lot lately. I don't know why. Like, I guess Mac Miller's just dialed in, so listening to him helps me dial back in.
Yep.
But it's chill, man. Because it's like, what is it, 3, 4 in the morning for me right now? Yeah, it's 3 in the morning for me right now, so I gotta go to bed, get soft, calm, cool.
I got a bone to pick like roses. I ain't feeling broken no more. Bought a fist that gossiping, I notice. Talking shit, I wonder through the motives. Wonder who the fuck I'm supposed to be. I ain't worried now until I leave. I'm just trying to ride and feel the breeze with something bad beside next to me. Wind in my face. Don't stop now when I feel so great. You You can run till you slip on the sidewalk, and the same bone that you pick on break. That's a motif. That's a motif. Yeah. When it's coming right back, so familiar, never been realer, never felt so damn good where I'm at. I don't know what it's all about, running through too many thoughts to count. That's way better. Still ain't adding up. I'll let you know when I had enough. Yeah. Hey, yeah. I put some money on forever, but don't like to gamble on the weather, so I just watch. Well, the sun is shining, I can look at the horizon. The walls keep getting wider, I just hope I never find them, my Lord. Hey! Well,
All right, pups. You guys have an amazing night. We love you all. And reach out to one of us if you need to. I'm here, okay? I'm covered in scars, man. I get you. So just hit me up. And we'll talk to you soon. Night, everyone.